Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. been slain. has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Summoner's Rift. Thirty seconds, minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Enemy double kill. An enemy has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
question because
Welcome to the Making Sense Podcast. This is Sam Harris. Well, I deleted my Twitter account the other day, on Thanksgiving, actually. And I've been thinking about doing this for a long time, in fact. It was a very simple decision, in the end. I'd been on the platform for 12 years, and had tweeted something like 9,000 times. That's about twice a day, on average. So I wasn't the most compulsive user of Twitter, but it did punctuate my life far more than it should have. It was the only social media platform I ever used, personally. I don't run the accounts I have for Facebook and Instagram, and I never look at them. Anyway, the long and the short of it is that I just came to believe that my engagement with Twitter was making me a worse person. It really is as simple as that. I have a lot to say about Twitter, and about what I think it's doing to society, but I left it because it suddenly became obvious that it was a net negative influence on my life. The most glaring sign of this, and something which I've been concerned about for a few years, is that it was showing me the worst of other people in a way that I began to feel was actually distorting my perception of humanity. I know people have very different experiences on Twitter, and if you're just sharing cute animal videos or giving self-help advice, you probably get nothing but love coming back at you. But when you touch controversial topics regularly, as I do, especially when you're more in the center politically, and not tribally aligned with the left or the right, you get an enormous amount of hate and misunderstanding from both sides. I know there are people who can just ignore everything that's coming back at them. I think Bill Maher and Joe Rogan are both like this. They just never look at their @mentions. But I didn't appear to be that sort of person. I could ignore everything for a time, but I actually wanted to use Twitter to communicate. So I would keep getting sucked back in. I would see someone who appeared sincerely confused about something I said on a podcast, and I'd want to clarify it. And then I would discover for the 1,000th time that it was hopeless. So Twitter for me became like a malignant form of telepathy, where I got to hear the most irrational, contemptuous, sneering thoughts of other people, a dozen or more times a day. But the problem wasn't all the hate being directed at me. The problem was the hate I was beginning to feel. Hate probably isn't the right word. It was more like disgust and despair. Twitter was giving me a very dark view of other people. And the fact that I believed, and still believe, that it's a distorted view wasn't enough to inoculate me against this change in my attitude. Even some of the people who were most committed to attacking me on the platform, I know that my impression of them was distorted by Twitter. I mean, there might be a few exceptions to this, but I believe that very few of my enemies on Twitter are anywhere near as bad as they seem to me on Twitter. There's just no way around it. Twitter was causing me to dislike people I've never met. And it was even causing me to dislike people I actually know, some of whom used to be my friends. Rather than say anything about why I was leaving on Twitter, I just deleted my account, which I now realize made my leaving Twitter open to many interpretations. And within a few minutes of deleting my account, I began hearing from people who appeared genuinely worried about me. They saw all the hate I was getting, and they thought it must have driven me from the platform. And several worried I might have been having some kind of mental health crisis. But the truth is, when I left Twitter, I wasn't seeing that much hate directed at me, because I had blocked so many people. I used to never block people, but when I discovered that the platform had become basically unusable, I installed a browser extension that allowed me to block thousands of haters at once. I had probably blocked 50,000 people on Twitter in my last week on the platform. It was like a digital genocide. I was seeing especially idiotic or vicious tweets directed at me, and I would block everyone who would like it. And at the time I thought, well, this is brilliant. Anyone who liked that tweet is by definition beyond reach. There is no reason why these people ever need to hear from me again. And I certainly don't need to hear from them. And it basically worked. So I wasn't seeing most of the hate that was being directed at me. I was seeing some of it, but it was totally manageable. But then I asked myself, how did I become the sort of person who was blocking people by the thousands who just happened to like a dumb tweet, as though that one moment in their lives proved that all further communication on important issues was impossible? How how did I begin to view people as intellectually and morally irredeemable? How did I begin to view myself as totally incapable of communicating effectively, ever, about anything, with these people? How did I give up all hope in the power of conversation? Twitter. I've also heard that many people are interpreting my leaving Twitter as an act of protest over what Elon is doing to the platform. In particular, his reinstating Trump. It really wasn't that. I do think Elon made some bad decisions right out of the gate. And Twitter did get noticeably worse, at least for me. But I'm actually agnostic as to whether he will eventually be able to improve the platform. I doubt he'll ever solve the problem I was having. But he might make Twitter better for many people. And he might make it a viable business. He certainly has the resources to keep at it, even if advertisers abandon Twitter for years. So my leaving Twitter wasn't some declaration that I know or think I know that Elon will fail to make Twitter better than it currently is. I have no idea what's going to happen to Twitter. Rather, the lesson I was drawing from Elon was not that he was making Twitter worse by making capricious changes to it. The lesson was how one of the most productive people of my generation was needlessly disrupting his own life and damaging his reputation by his addiction to Twitter. And this has been going on for years. Elon's problem with Twitter is different than mine was, because he uses it very differently. And he spends most of the time just goofing around. But he's now goofing around in front of 120 million people. So when he's high-fiving anti-Semites and election deniers, or bonding with them over their fake concerns about free speech, he doesn't appear to know or care that he's increasing their influence. In many cases, he might not have any idea who these people are. Of course, in others, like with his friend Kanye, he obviously does. There is something quite reckless and socially irresponsible about how Elon behaved on Twitter. And millions of people appear to love it. I should probably address the free speech issue briefly. There's a lot more to say about this, but before I left Twitter, I was noticing that people seemed really confused about what I believe about free speech. And Twitter being Twitter, it proved impossible for me to clear up that confusion. Many seem to think that I used to support free speech unconditionally, like when I was defending cartoonists against Islamist censors and their dupes on the left. But now I somehow don't support it, because I supposedly have Trump derangement syndrome. Well, first, I've always acknowledged that there's an interesting debate to be had about the role that social media plays in our society. And I'm not going to resolve that debate here by myself. But the fact is, no one has a constitutional right to be on Twitter. In my view, the logic of the First Amendment runs in the opposite direction. It protects Twitter's new owner, Elon, from compelled speech. The government shouldn't be able to force Elon to put Alex Jones back on the platform, any more than it should be able to force me to put Alex Jones on my podcast. Of course, I get that social networks and podcasts are different, but Twitter simply isn't the public square. It is a private platform, and Elon can do whatever he wants with it. If we want to change the laws around that, well, then we have to change the laws. I understand and fully support the political primacy of free speech in America. And I'd like the American standard to be the global norm. That's why I think there shouldn't be laws against Holocaust denial or the expression of any other idiotic idea. And the First Amendment protects this kind of speech, at least in the United States. But there also shouldn't be a law, in my view, that prevents a digital platform from having a no-Nazis policy in its terms of service. Because these platforms need effective moderation and standards of civility to function. They are businesses, started by entrepreneurs, supported by investors who want to make money. They have employees with mortgages. They have to survive on ad revenue, or subscriptions, or some combination of the two. Without serious moderation, digital platforms become like 4chan, which is nothing more than a digital sewer. I'm told that even 4chan has a moderation policy. Hell itself probably has a moderation policy. So-called free speech absolutism is just a fantasy online. Almost no one really holds that position, even when they espouse it. The fact that Twitter's terms of service might have been politically slanted or not applied fairly, I totally get why that would annoy people. And I suspect Elon is improving that. But this simply isn't a free speech issue. No one has a right to be on Twitter. Again, if we want to change the laws around that, we're free to. I'm not sure how that would look, and it seems like it would have some pretty bizarre implications. But that's what we'd have to do. So, my argument for keeping people like Trump and Alex Jones off Twitter is a terms of service argument. and directly follows from the deliberate harm they both caused on the platform in the past. Here are two men who knowingly used Twitter to inspire their most rabid followers to harass specific people, not just on Twitter, but out in the world. The fact that they might not have tweeted, "Please go harass this person," is immaterial. They knew exactly what would happen when they singled out specific American citizens for abuse and spread lies about them at scale to a fanatical mob. They could see the results of their actions. For years, people were getting doxxed and stalked and having their lives ruined for years. Nothing about this was hidden. Elon apparently agrees with me about Alex Jones, said he would never let him back on the platform. But he doesn't agree about Trump. Well, that's fine. I simply recommended that he have a terms of service in place for when Trump proves, yet again, that he's exactly like Alex Jones. And then I hope Elon will enforce his own terms of service. But the crucial point is that this isn't a case where sunlight is the best disinfectant. This isn't a question of opposing bad ideas with good ideas. This is not a case where what used to be misinformation is suddenly going to become new knowledge, and we'll all be embarrassed that we first rejected it. This is a case where two men with enormous cult followings weaponize obvious lies for the purpose of ruining people's lives. It is not authoritarian or fascist for me to hope that a private platform like Twitter would decline to enable that behavior in the future. But we do have a larger problem to deal with. It's still not clear what to do about the social harm of misinformation and disinformation at scale. Algorithmically boosted speech isn't ordinary speech, and many people don't see this. That we have built systems of communication in which lies and outrage spread faster and more widely than anything else. Scale matters. Velocity matters. Lies that get tens of millions of people to suddenly believe that an election was stolen because they've been amplified by a digital outrage machine have a lot in common with shouting fire in a crowded theater. Contrary to what most people think, it's legal to shout fire in a crowded theater. But wouldn't we want the owner of the theater to remove a person who was doing that again and again and again? I'm not claiming to fully understand what we should do about all this. I've done several podcasts on and around this topic, and I'm sure I'll do many more, because the problem isn't going away. But being a so-called free speech absolutist at this point is nothing more than a confession that we haven't thought about the real issues. It's like being a Second Amendment absolutist who can't figure out why people shouldn't be able to own cluster bombs or rocket launchers for home defense. Technological change matters. We've been given new powers, and we're not quite sure how to wield them safely. And now, in the case of Twitter, we have a lone billionaire who's just turning the dials however he sees fit. Again, I recognize that he is totally free to do that, but I also happen to have an opinion about which changes will be for the good and which won't. And I get that many people are still seeing this all through the lens of COVID. In some ways, I am too, just from the other side. As I've said many times before, I view COVID as a failed dress rehearsal for something far worse. And I worry that we didn't learn much from it, apart from how bad we are at cooperating with one another, or even at having a fact-based discussion about anything now. And I do blame Twitter for much of that. But I also get that in Elon's hands, Twitter now seems to many people like a necessary corrective to all the ways in which our institutions failed us during the pandemic. It's like finally we've got someone powerful enough to call bullshit on the New York Times. In that respect, Elon is Trump 2.0. I understand that COVID changed everything for a lot of people. And the CDC and the WHO and many other public health institutions seriously lost credibility when they needed it most. I get that many of our scientific journals have been visibly warped by woke nonsense. I understand that COVID has been a moving target, and what seemed rational in April of 2020 was no longer rational in April of 2022, and many people and institutions couldn't adjust. I understand that the effects of school closures were terrible in most cases. I get that many of our policies around masks proved ultimately ridiculous. Of course, I understand that the sight of politicians being utter hypocrites during the various lockdowns was infuriating. People literally couldn't hold funerals for their loved ones who died in isolation, while Governor Hairgel was holding a fundraiser at French Laundry. I totally agree that having a pharmaceutical industry driven by bad incentives and windfall profits is dangerous and reduces public trust in medicine. I know that the lab leak hypothesis was always plausible and never racist. I get that the risk-benefit calculations for the mRNA vaccines change, depending on the person's age and sex and other factors. And I've spoken about most of these things many times on this podcast. But the deeper point is that all of this confusion and institutional failure does not even slightly suggest that we'll be able to navigate the next public health emergency with everyone just, quote, doing their own research and tweeting links at each other. And this is where I've been at odds with many people in the alternative media space. Rather than work to improve our institutions and identify real experts, it's like we're witnessing the birth of a new religion of contrarianism and conspiracy thinking, amplified by social media and the proliferation of podcasts and newsletters, and now the whims of the occasional billionaire. The bottom line is that we need institutions we can trust. We need experts who are, in fact, experts, and not just vociferous charlatans. And many of us have lost trust in institutions and experts. Again, far too often for good reason. That's a tragedy. And I've spent a lot of time on this podcast analyzing that tragedy and worrying about its future implications. However, many people are now behaving as though nothing important has been lost. In fact, they're celebrating the loss of valid authority, as though the flattening of everything and the embarrassment of so-called elites is a pure source of entertainment. These people are frolicking in the ruins of our shared epistemology. And one of the people doing the most frolicking is Evelynn. The fact that our collective loss of trust has often been warranted doesn't suggest that we aren't paying a terrible price for it, or that the price won't rise very steeply in the future. When it comes time to decide which medicines to give our children, or which wars to fight, there is simply no substitute for trust in institutions and experts. The path forward, therefore, is to create the conditions where such trust is possible and actually warranted. In the media, in government, in pharmaceutical companies, everywhere that actually matters. That is not a path where we just tear it all down. That is not a path where we just promote any outsider, no matter how incompetent and malevolent, simply because he is an outsider. We are not going to podcast and Substack and tweet our way out of this situation. Anyway, when I look at my own life, and when I look at the controversies and fake controversies that cause me personal stress and damage relationships, when I look at the analogous moments in the lives of friends and colleagues, and former friends and colleagues, when I look at what makes it so difficult to communicate about basic facts in our society, so much of this conflict and confusion appears to be the result of Twitter. And the truth is that even when Twitter was good, it was making me a more superficial person. Its very nature is to fragment attention. Of course, that sometimes feels great. I was following hundreds of smart and funny people, and they were often sharing articles and other media that I really enjoyed. Twitter was a way of staying in touch, or seeming to stay in touch, with what's happening in the world. And that's one reason why so many people are addicted to it. But even this began to seem like a degrading distraction. Even the best of Twitter was an opportunity cost, because it diverted my attention from more important things. Twitter was making it harder, not easier, to do what I truly value. To read good books, to write, to meditate, to enjoy my family, to work on this podcast. And now that I've stepped away from it, I feel that it's definitely a mistake to censor it somewhere. And as it happens, the costs of such distraction is the topic of today's podcast. Today I'm speaking with Cal Newport. Cal is a computer science professor at Georgetown University and a writer who explores the intersections of technology, work, and culture. He's the author of 7 books, including A World Without Email, Digital Minimalism, and Deep Work. Many of his books have been New York Times bestsellers and have been translated into over 40 languages. Cal is also a contributing writer for The New Yorker and the host of the Deep Questions podcast. And I spoke to Cal a few weeks ago. As you'll hear, he strongly recommended that I get off Twitter. And you'll also hear that I was thinking about it, but I'm not quite ready to do it. I can't quite say that Cal convinced me to do it, but he was yet another voice in my head when I finally did. Anyway, we discuss much more than Twitter here. We talk about everything from the history of computer science to the fragmentation of modern life and what to do about it. I hope you find it useful. And now I bring you Cal Newport. I am here with Cal Newport. Cal, thanks for joining me.
Sam, it's my pleasure.
Describe what it is you do generally. You are a man who is rowing in several boats at the moment, and we're going to talk about how you accomplish that. But how do you describe what you do should you find yourself seated next to a voluble person on an airplane and they ask you a favorite question?
Well, it's a more complicated answer than probably I wish it would be. But usually I'll say my day job, so to speak, is I'm a computer science professor at Georgetown University and actually studying algorithms. So computer science related math. I'm also a writer though. And I've been writing since I was 20 years old. That's when I signed with my first agent and worked on my first book deal. And so I've written 7 books. I'm working on my 8th right now. I'm also a contributing writer at The New Yorker. And in recent years, really most of my writing has focused one way or another on the impact of technology on our lives, be it our working lives or our personal lives. So there is some consilience here that I'm a computer scientist academic who writes public-facing about the impact of a lot of the type of technologies we work on as researchers on society and culture on our own lives.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about some of your underlying concerns there. I'll remind people your books, among your books, are Deep Work, Digital Minimalism, and A World Without Email. And these converge on a topic that is of growing concern to certainly me and my set, but I would imagine most people listening to us now, which is for lack of a better framing, the fragmentation of modern life. And I guess one could step back and argue that it's always been fragmented or that it's been fragmented over the course of many, many years. But I think most of us feel like we're living with a level of fragmentation that's fundamentally new. And so I wanted to talk about that and try to figure out whether or not that's true. But before we jump in, how has your background as a computer scientist informed your thinking about this issue?
There's a couple ways I think these two worlds have come together. So one's the obvious way. That's the comfort with the technical background of these various technologies. And in general, also just having lived a life where I am keeping my eyes towards cutting edge in technology, watching the internet develop, watching the impact of the internet, having that technology mindset. There's a subtle way, though, that it's also impacted my writing, which is, I don't know how to say this diplomatically, but I'm very comfortable in my writing going from more philosophical social critique to veering the other direction and saying, let's get pragmatic. Let's talk about advice. Let's talk about specific strategies. A lot of writers are very wary about doing this. This is the sense, especially in the New York publishing world, that giving advice is lowbrow, that it won't be considered smart. I've always had as this fallback, well, look, I have a PhD from MIT in theoretical computer science, so I don't need my writing to convince my audience that I'm smart. And I think that has actually freed me up. And that's been an unfair advantage I've had in this field, because I'll go straight to the jugular on specificity and the next day go completely philosophical, because I don't care so much about what I'm publishing in a magazine or a book, having to establish what is my intellectual book. Instead, this other thing going on. So that cover that my academic field is providing me, I think it's unlocked a lot more breadth than what I can tackle with my non-academic.
Yeah, it's really interesting. This goes to the question of status and where you get it and where you perceive others get it. And it's just fascinating. You really do have an intellectual alibi, because you could be as simple and lowbrow and as broad and as useful as you want to be in any given moment, and the moment somebody thinks you're Tony Robbins.
A summoner has reconnected.
Some of them have white back.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Enemy double kill. Shut down. Enemy rampage. spawning soon.
is dying. Have you heard that before? Overwatch is gonna kill League of Legends. Fortnite's going to kill League of Legends. PUBG is gonna kill League of Legends. Twitch IRL is going to kill League of Legends. For the last decade, people have been constantly predicting the eventual downfall of this game. Yet every single fad, trend comes and goes with the wind. But League of Legends continues to hold its position as the world's #1 esport. There are also a ton of videos out there titled Why League of Legends is Going to Die. For the purposes of this video, I went ahead and watched every single one of them, and I can tell you definitively that every single one of them is wrong. Pretty much everyone's complaints can be broken down into a few specific issues. Game balance is bad, there's too much toxicity, matchmaking issues, and of course, North America is bad at Worlds. I've been in the League scene for over 10 years, and none of these issues are new. League has never been designed to be balanced, it's designed to be addictive. Toxic players exist in every single competitive multiplayer game, and NA always chokes as hard as an ASMR girl on OnlyFans. Look, none of these issues are new. Every single game has its problems, and every single game has different problems. But League's problems don't really affect its popularity whatsoever. The fact is that League of Legends is not only not dying, it's actually still growing by a significant amount. You look at the viewership for Worlds this year, it had a record-breaking 5 million viewers, up from the 4 million from last year. The idea that League of Legends is dying is just not reflected whatsoever in its own numbers. All of the issues that people have been talking about, Riot is aware of these issues, and they know they need to fix them. Yes, they don't get everything perfect on the first try, and they fumble a lot of different things, but at the end of the day, Riot is still trying to fix all of these major issues. And that's really what kept the game alive for so long. It's Riot's willingness to fix things very quickly. If something is completely game-breaking and destroys the entire ecosystem, then Riot will probably either disable or nerf it within a few days. The main issue that we're talking about today has nothing to do with any of the things that I've already mentioned. What we're talking about is something that Riot genuinely cannot really fix. It's almost like a prophecy of Ragnarok. The end will come one day, and there's nothing that they can do. The bigger that League of Legends becomes, the harder it will be to solve this issue for Riot Games. Today, we're going to be talking about why there will eventually come a day when Riot releases the very last champion. This is League of Documentary. This video is sponsored by Lootboy. Lootboy is a new way to earn things. Do you enjoy hex-tech launches? Do you like boards? Well, you can buy Lootboy packs instead then. Lootboy is a site that sells packs of cards containing items that you can use to get RP. The most common just go into Lootboy, buy some loot packs, and you have a chance to redeem for a decent gift such as a $50 RP card. These cards can range from $5 to $100 in value. Once you get the card, just click to redeem the code, go into Riot's Life, enter that code in, and you get RP. If you're not looking for more RP because it's a little too addictive, you can buy Steam packs to give you gift cards or even codes that allow you to play Steam games privately. Lootboy also allows you to collect coins for packs by reading comics on their site. These comics come out on Wednesdays and feature silly little stories with action-packed adventure. Lootboy is available on Android, iOS, or PC, and you can try it today with my link. Get Lootboy today for their Black Friday bonus deal for guaranteed loot and diamonds. This is Lee Sin. He is the most popular and iconic jungler in League of Legends. This champion is flashy, fun, and mechanically difficult to pull off. Lee Sin's most well-known combo is the Insect. Mechanically speaking, this move is very hard to do, but why do we call it the Insect? Choi In-seok was once considered one of the best junglers in the world. And the first time he did this in an all-star game on the world stage, it completely changed the way people saw the champion Lee Sin. Did you hear what he said? This is so hard to execute. Because back then, it was really considered hard to execute. Let's take a look at an Insect clip from this season. This one isn't done by a pro player. It's not done by an up-and-coming all-star. This play was done by a Gold Elo Lee Sin main. Gold Elo is only considered slightly above average. It's not considered great. It's not considered bad. It's just okay. You can actually purchase gold accounts today for roughly around $20. And $20 is the perfect metaphor for a gold player. You're not mad that you have a $20 bill, but it's not going to blow you away. But even now, $20 players can consistently and cleanly perform a mechanic that was considered godlike back in Season 2. And if you look at the combo that the gold player pulled off, it is considerably more difficult than the insect that was originally performed. Players that are just okay are better than the pro players that we had yesterday.
That's all I'm just saying, but if this guy is any lower than this, he's smurfing.
All three.
This guy's smurfing. For sure, it's a smurf. If it's not, this guy can OPG, like, can tag me on Twitter as soon as he sees this video, prove to me that he's not a smurf, and he can join Fnatic next year as the new TF1 trick for mid lane.
Many players will take a break from League of Legends, and understandably so. But whenever they come back, they always complain about how it's so hard to climb now, how the game just feels so different or difficult compared to when they used to be playing. And a lot of these people are probably just complaining because they're not as good as they think they are. And this is just circumstantial evidence. They're just testimonials, don't really mean anything. But what does the statistics say about player skill over the years? In the past, I've made different videos outlining the different things that show how to improve your game and which statistics actually are a marker for better skill. There are a few commonalities when it comes to stats for higher ranking players. Certain stats like vision and objective score tend to come up, while other stats like kills and deaths and game time tend to come down. Here's the real problem with looking at just statistics. Raw statistics are really hard to judge season to season. This is because very big mechanics tend to be changed every single year within League of Legends. Back in Season 2, you could have 60 minutes in a pro game. Today, that pretty much never happens. Riot intentionally added mechanics like Elder Dragon to prevent stalling. You can't really say players are better today just because game time has come down. When it comes to vision score, Season 2 supports didn't have support items or trinkets. Every time you placed a ward down, whether it was a regular ward or a vision ward, you had to buy it. You had to spend your own hard-earned gold and what little gold you had as a support to continuously purchase vision for your team. So of course vision score and wards place has gone up because wards are basically free now. And when it comes to kills and deaths, pro players are definitely dying a lot less than they used to in the earlier seasons. But this statistic also changes season to season based on the meta that we're currently in. If we're in an assassin and bruiser heavy meta, then 1v1s and assassinations tend to be more common, while 5v5s just tend to be team fights. The one stat that remains consistent throughout the entire history of League of Legends is farm. While the stats of minions and how much gold they give you has changed over the years, the actual number of minions per game hasn't actually changed at all. Let's go back to Season 2, when League of Legends was really starting to grow into the dominant esport that it is today. This was the Grand Finals that was played that year. Let's take a look at the scoreboard at the 30-minute mark. The top laners, one has 160 CS, while the other has 210 CS. Anivia, a farming mid laner, has the highest CS in the game, but only hitting about 290. While Karthus, another farming mid laner, is only hitting 240. Both AD carries are not even going above 230. We're going to ignore the junglers for now because back in Season 2, ganking was a lot more rewarding and farming wasn't quite as advantageous or punishing if you didn't do it. So let's compare these numbers to this year's World Champions. This is T1 versus DRX Game 2, a close game with no clear winner. Look at the CS totals. You're just higher across every single champion in the game. One laner even has 337 CS. In just about every single game of professional League of Legends, you can expect at least one person in the game to have above 10 CS per minute. Not every player is going to be able to hit that every game, of course, since one side is usually winning and the losing side won't be able to farm as often. But if you just compare the CS totals of these two teams, the gap is just massive. If you were only hitting 230 CS at 30 minutes today as an AD carry, you'd be hard-pressed to make it into Master Tier, let alone the World Championship. This isn't really any different for regular players. Everyone from Bronze to Challenger has gotten better at this game. This is a really unique problem that only Riot is going to be facing, an ever-rising skill ceiling. Most of the people that play League of Legends today have been playing it for years, and while that's great for Riot Games, that's not very good for new players. Because every single year, the player base gets incrementally one step better. And that's reflected in the stats today. One of the biggest things that new players are told to do in order to improve is to learn how to farm better. go into a practice tool, and farm minions. Well, based on the stats, they've been doing that for about 10 years. Did you know that plat players actually have the highest amount of CS by the end of a game? Platinum players are by no means bad at farming. In fact, every single rank you go up from Platinum, the CS numbers actually come down. This is because the higher elo you go, the shorter games you will tend to have, and you have less time in general to farm. When it comes down to the basics, farming, macro, champion mechanics, these are all kind of prerequisites now for being decent at the game. No one expected League of Legends to last this long, and no one expected that you could take esports to the level that it is at today. Another one of my favorite games that we can compare this longevity to is Smash Bros. Gone are the days where you could just pick up a controller and join a local tournament and do okay. You want to play online against other people? You'll be up against guys who can edge guard, tech, DI, AC, chain grab, juggle, and string together a perfect combo of dares, nairs, and bears. And that is just the basic shit. Riot has stated many times that they want League of Legends to be a generational game. They want this game to last 100 years. Well, we're only a decade in, and players have gotten so much better already. What will be the requirements of a gold player in 100 years? Do I have to be able to play at a challenger level of every single role? Are we gonna need a Season 3 faker emulator just to be able to hit silver? Who knows? This is a long-term challenge that only really Riot is going to be facing, because only Riot is trying to take one single game to last 100 years. Other competitive games like Smash and Overwatch, they will take their games and release sequels or new titles and change fundamental aspects of their game, like how many players actually exist within each team. Now, while League definitely has its share of big balance updates and new mechanics added to the game, there are still just fundamentals that will never go away. Unlike physical sports, we have no proof that esports athletes degrade with age. Many of the recent world finalists were veterans that have been playing this game since the very beginning. How much is a new player going to actually want to try League of Legends if they need to become yesterday's pro player in order to become tomorrow's gold player? But you know what the one thing that's really making it hard for new people to come into League of Legends? How much League of Legends there actually is. I started playing League back in 2012. In that season, it felt like a new champion was being released every other week, and that's because it was. In 2012, Riot dropped 19 new champions into League of Legends. The year that League officially released, they dropped 24. This year, we're about to have 5. And that's considered a lot. This is because Riot knows something that I'm about to tell you. Content overload is bad. You cannot have a game that has 1,000 champions. People are just never going to try it. You would need a PhD just to be able to finish their tutorial. Have you ever heard of the show called One Piece? It's my favorite show, period. Like, I love this show to death. It's been like the #1 selling manga for the last 20 years, and I try to get a lot of people into it. The main problem is that One Piece has over 1,000 chapters. People don't care how good the product is. They don't want to hear it. As soon as they hear that big word, that big number, 1,000, they go, fuck that. I'm not dedicating an entire phase of my life for this one single hobby. But One Piece, totally worth your adolescence. Highly recommend. Look, maybe Riot will change things. Maybe they'll start deleting champions. Please start with this one. Maybe they'll continue reworking champions until the end of time. Whatever the case is, there will come a day when Riot can no longer, in good conscience, release another champion because League is too freaking complicated. Maybe they'll stop at 500, maybe they'll stop at 1,000, maybe they'll stop at 10,000. Whatever the case is, there is a stopgap number for when players go, holy shit, Riot, we have too many fucking champions. Riot needs new content. New content brings old players back into the game and current players more engaged. How are you going to get players invested if you can no longer drop new things into your game? Maybe simple balance changes like runes, objectives, and items will be enough to keep players engaged and feel like the game is still fresh. But the real problem isn't the game balance, it's actually the skins. As I discussed in my documentary about skins, Riot has been facing clarity issues for some time now. Back in the old days, skins were cheap and simple. They're basically just a recolored chroma for a simple $5 skin. But as League grew and technology got better, skins became better and better. Today's $15 skins are arguably better than yesterday's $30 skins. And as the years go by, Riot's skin team will continue to want to push the boundaries and breaking into new levels of art. Not just to sell more products, but because the fans will expect them to do so. Here's the problem, skins are already a little bit too flashy. They have too many effects, too many particles, too many nonsense. It's a well-known fact that pro players actually turn off additional skin effects because they're too distracting to their game and they play worse. Many of the most expensive and coolest skins in the game are actually paid to lose. And as everybody knows, certain champions are just more popular than others. Lux, for example, has 13 different looks, including her base model. It just makes more sense from a business perspective to drop an additional Lux skin rather than make any effort on a Skarner skin. But how many of these Lux skins can you really make? How many skins can one Lux main really own? At what point do Lux players go, you know what? I own 5,000 Lux skins. I can shoot Lux's laser in every single known color to the human spectrum. I think I'm gonna skip this one. People have already been complaining that they can no longer recognize champions in their new skins. We've already discussed how much information you have to absorb in order to just understand the mechanics of League of Legends. Now imagine how many more future skins you're gonna have to memorize to know which champions are which. Every time they put in a new skin, that's a new piece of information that somebody might have to learn if that skin is too complex. Now, these issues are far into the future, and Riot is aware of these problems. That's why they've been releasing less champions every single year. For now, League of Legends is still massively profitable and the world's #1 esport. But becoming #1 faces its own unique challenges that nobody else has ever faced before. I have no doubt that Riot will try to solve this problem somehow. The issue is that I don't really think that there's a good solution to this issue. League needs to continue dropping new content in order to get people invested. But the more content they drop, the heavier the game feels. So while every other gaming company in the world is looking at Riot going, fuck, how can we be more like Riot? Riot is looking at themselves and going, fuck, what are we gonna look like in 50 years?
Has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Godlike. turret.
Carbonated peach milk with the $10. My check cleared today. I hate working with middle-aged people who have no hobbies. Some of these people orchestrate conflict for fun. Yeah, one of the biggest thing that like differentiates older people from younger people in my mind is that a lot of older people don't have hobbies. It's really up. But there's nothing about being older that makes you have less hobbies. literally zero things. There's absolutely nothing in aging that makes you. I just think a lot of people like tell themselves that like they they can't anymore. Shouldn't it be the opposite? What do you mean? Like a lot of young people have strong interests. Work and family take time. Work and family do take time, but that does not rob you of your ability to have hobbies and interests, you know? Yeah, it's like people say that life is over when you turn 30, and then you believe it, and then you make it happen by making that the case yourself, you know? There is literally nothing that keeps you from like exploring or learning new stuff as you get old. Like nothing at all, you know? But there are a lot of older people who have like no interest. It's fucking I thought it was that life begins at 30. Life begins at 0. Your whole life can be shit and your whole life can be great. It really depends on, well, a lot of things. But you should always be trying your best. Older people are the type to say high school is the best time of your life because that was when they peaked. Anyone who says that, you should hit them with a rock immediately. No time is the best time of your life. Saying any length of time is the best time of your life is like the intellectual equivalent of arguing that because Disneyland is marketed as the happiest place on earth, that it's not possible for people to be unhappy when they're there, and that when they're out of Disneyland, they're not happy. Like, it's so stupid. You can be happy at any time, anywhere. It depends entirely on the circumstances that you build for yourself. Just do not believe that, like, life begins at X point, because life already began for you. It's already ticking. If you're listening, you're already alive. It's already happening. You have a finite lifespan. It's already happening. A lot of people do this thing where it's like, you know, oh, this isn't really my life. This is like the preliminary part. My life really begins when I get that girl, or when I do this thing, or when I do that thing. Nuh-uh. It's right now. It's currently happening. If you have that mindset, it's like you always delay when you think, you know, people die thinking that. They die, they're like 70 and like, oh, well, my real life begins when X. It's a mindset thing, okay? Your life is now. It's all you have. And for as long as you are alive, it's always going to be now and all you have. So work within that framework, you know? Maybe you think your life will get a lot better when X or Y happens. That's fine. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But your life is still happening up until that point. So don't delay. You think, oh, I'm going to learn that new skill then. No, do it now. Oh, I'm going to try doing this thing. No, do it now. Here's a great example. People do this with weight loss. They think, I want some nice new clothes. I want to go out, spend more time with people. I want to go looking for a girlfriend, be a friend, whatever, go do a thing. But I'm losing weight right now. So, like, I'm going to wait a little bit, because once I'm a little bit slimmer, all that stuff's going to be easier. You know what that is? Loser mentality. Stupid, idiot brain disease, okay? You can do all that shit right now. Do that now, and then do that in 6 months when you're skinnier too if you want. You can do it now. You doing it now isn't going to keep you from doing it 6 months from now. You're not taking from the future there. The future's still there. Just have fun now. People, they always think that. You can always do something. You guys have more free time than you think you do. There are some people watching who really don't. I feel for you. But I bet you the vast majority of people, you wake up, stare at your phone. You're in bed, staring at your phone. Take too long of a shower. Everything that you do in your house gets cushioned by, like, time of emptily staring into space or doing this or that. Be purposeful. That's what. I said this before. I'll say it again. You got to be a fucking anime character. That's what I'm talking about. You have to be like one of those insufferable shonen protagonists where anytime they want to do something, they have the dedication of like a fucking shark with that can smell blood in the water, you know? You need to, everything you want to do, you have to pursue with like a fiery determination. You might not be able to get everything done, but everything you do should be something you are aware of and care about, you know? That's the critical bit. And once you feel that way, a lot of shit in life gets a lot more tolerable, because what you guys are afraid of isn't something being a bit unfun or a bit tedious. What you're afraid of is the tedium of an action to contribute to a sense of.
Mark Zuckerberg just shared the following with Meta employees. Today I'm sharing some of the most difficult changes we've made in Meta's history. I've decided to reduce the size of our team by about 13%. Does that make sense to you guys? Like, we're gonna hire 20,000 people. You know what? We're gonna fire them. Look at the head count. Wow. Have to do what Elon's doing, cut half the company's employees. Investing transfers money from the impatient to the patient. This isn't like a no-brainer. You have to be dumb not to belong Facebook. All right, let's maybe try Meta. I think Meta's cheap. What's Meta's stock price now?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
109. How about its rival, 10 cent? 10 cents dropped as well, 277.40. Wow. So they got roughly the same enterprise value? Wow, that's crazy. Mark Zuckerberg conference call is basically just this over and over again.
Almost, what do you see about the Bears? We shut them down that way?
No, we just, the Bears are what we thought they were. They're what we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in the preseason like it's bull? We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
That's basically the Meta conference call. We don't even need to listen to it for
Good afternoon. My name is Martin, and I will be your conference operator today.
They were.
I would like to welcome everyone to the
Who they thought they were.
Conference call.
What? I'm sorry, Mr. Zuckerberg. What?
Any background noise?
Mr. Zuckerberg, I asked a specific question about the ad market. They were who we thought they were.
After the speakers announcement, there will be a question and answer session.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining today. Our community continued to grow this quarter. We now reach more than 3.7 billion people monthly across our family of apps. There's been a bunch of speculation about engagement on our apps, and what we're seeing is more positive. On Facebook specifically, the number of people using the service each day is the highest it's ever been, nearly 2 billion. And engagement trends are strong, but overall, our apps continue to grow from a large base.
Wait, Facebook issued their first ever bond offering.
Where I think we should
nice.
But we believe that we will return to healthier revenue growth trends next year. That said, it's not clear that the economy has stabilized yet, so we're planning our budget somewhat more conservatively.
Yeah, so Facebook has learned about debt. Mark Zuckerberg finally convinced him to use debt. When the company starts to use the debt capital markets, its growth is over. Let's use debt and buy back our stock, said some very can't grow by itself. But at the end of the day, like, all Facebook needs to do is just continue to kind of operate this way, and it's okay to become a boring company. It's not like some like terrible thing. And just like look at the net income, right? 4 billion in net income. That's just reported net income. Let's look at cash flow. Cash flow was quite a bit higher. So let's see, reported. The funny thing about SBC is all those options are not going to be exercised. So deferred taxes, impairment related to leases and it all adds up. Yeah, so cash flow was 10 billion. So it was a little less than even they really had in a long time. But it's still is impressive business. Buying the stock back for quite some time before I think they run into issues. Look at the capex though. Put the $9 billion of capex to work. Wow. What? What the hell is they buying? AI company. It has like a private product. It's a huge amount of capex. CapEx, for those of you guys who don't know, is any asset of the companies that lasts more than 1 year. So those would be like computers, servers, for this kind of company, right? So a contract is not, it actually has to be a piece of property, plant, and equipment. So it can't be a contract with a person or something like that. I know you're just joking, but it still seems like a really bizarre thing for Facebook's CapEx to double. Like, what the heck are they spending on? It has to be tangible, PP&E, property, plant, and equipment. It has to have a useful life of over 1 year. Very weird. What's the stock buyback? Well, they've spent, get this guys, $66 billion on their stock over the last 7 quarters. Isn't that amazing? Now, would they rather have bought for $66 billion? They could have bought Spotify a couple times over. They could buy Activision. they could buy Roblox instead of doing the buyback. And the buyback, what's funny is the shares outstanding has only dropped from 2.9 billion to 2.7 billion. So it's not like they basically got to buy 10% of the company back. So they really the buyback. But now is the time for the buyback to drop. With 60 billion, they can buy back a third of the company. Yeah, I know they can't buy anything basically because they have antitrust problems. I do think Facebook should buy a gaming company, but that's a whole other story. I don't think their goal is anything other than cash flow. And these gaming companies kind of represent new platforms and metaverses where people interact, right? A lot of people will chit-chat on Roblox or some other video game, Fortnite. They buy Epic Games. I think that would be a good idea. And they can't... Yeah, they should buy Take-Two. You can't really sort of do the kind of acquisitions they'd like to do. Like, they'd like to be able to buy Pinterest or Twitter or something like that, but, you know, the FTC and other competition authorities would not like that idea. So yeah, the first debt offering ever from Facebook. I think that's pretty important, actually. And they used it to buy back, you know, they basically used it to buy back stock, which if Facebook goes from net cash to net debt, and they do just a big stock buyback, this is kind of what happened to Oracle. So Oracle, for all of you kids out there, it's a real company. It's not a meme. It's a company that's been around for a really, really long time. It's kind of been this crappy company. They've had a rough time on the business side, but you can see the stock is one of the greatest stocks of all time. And one of the reasons is they have a very stable business. And when you have a really stable business, you can do a lot of financial engineering. The financial engineering they've been able to do, this was the dot-com bubble, by the way, boys and girls. This is what I lived through. It was really amazing. Look how many years it took. 18 years for the stock to go back to its bubble price. And now most stocks did not have the same go up. So they just kept buying stock back. And basically I think that's what Zuckerberg should do. Went from net cash to net debt. And maybe that's what it's up. Just keep buying back stock. You know, they don't need to grow revenue and earnings for the social media platform. They could start a whole new other business. They're a victim of their own success. You know, like there's something about being too successful. But yeah, that CapEx spend is atrocious. We still have this massive net cash position. So we've got $250 million enterprise value. Yeah, I mean, I had it as a double, or I still sort of have it as a double. I think they're getting LIBOR plus, SOFR plus one, or whatever, typical kind of high-rated company. Let's see what the Facebook was. Bond, legacy bond, coupon, 3.6%. T plus 75. So the big meta competitors, we should look at Gas app. So gas up your friends. Oh, okay. This is like a old, from a boy in 11th grade should DJ every party. Get clues who it is. From a girl in 10th grade, who do you secretly admire? Ooh, Andy Fitzgerald! Yeah! It does seem like a kid's app, but maybe that's the point. Gas is made by ex-Facebook guy, I believe. Gas's book is positivity. It asks high schoolers to send compliments to souls. Okay, so we got WhatsApp, Facebook, Telegram. It's sort of got a weird. Be Real. Peach was an old one. Of course, Twitter. The dating apps count. Truth Social. Signal, it's Group Me. You guys heard of any of these? Plenty of Fish. There we go. Fish. That might be owned by Match, for all we know. Of course, WeChat. WeChat is Tencent. Oh, we got Grindr's public now, right? So we gotta have Grindr. Threesome couples dating. Okay, I might download that just for research purposes. Got to look into the competitors of Meta. You know, it's So one of the big things about Facebook is trying to understand their actual ad product side. We all kind of like viscerally understand their social media side, which is a very different thing from their ad business. Because we don't see the ad interfaces and the ad product, and we're not ad buyers, right? So it's always been difficult with things like Facebook. You have to sort of think about that first. Basically, part of the business that matters. And it's very hard to do so without sort of separating out the sort of rest of the business. Let's see here. Competitors growing through Facebook. Oh, I see what's going on here. This is all revenue, not just ads. This is all revenue. Look at the property, plant, and equipment. So server and network assets. Buildings. Let's see, server and network assets, construction in progress. Data centers, there's building data centers. I guess this is for AI and stuff like that. It's really out of control. They gotta slow that down. Oh, here are the bonds and the interest rates. 2.5%, 2052 bonds. It's 30 years from now. Trading at 4.5%, 2062. Well, issued, I should say. Trading at 4.65. Lend your money to Mark Zuckerberg. Probably more trustworthy than Sam Bankman. Revenue is not falling off a cliff. It's kind of stable. It's not growing, but it grew a lot after the pandemic. So when the revenue shoots up like crazy, and it doesn't shoot back down, it just kind of hangs in at that really high level. That's, I mean, to me, that's a good thing. I don't see why that's a bad thing. People are really losing their minds over this, I think. We probably expanded a little too fast with the CapEx and the employee spend, but we zap 2030. Again, how many companies have this kind of trend? You know, people aren't using Facebook. Well, what does this look like? 3 billion people using the product every single day. Family Map is almost 4 billion. It's just nuts. Yeah, so revenue was in this 20 billion range. You can't see this part of the chart, but bumped up to this 28 billion range and has been hanging in there just fine. So to me, there's the daily actives, 1984. How much is US of that? 197. 2960. US Canada. Here's the BAU. So the Facebook MAU is the highest number it's ever been, 266. For US and Canada, it's the most right? What's the population of Canada? 30 million? 74% of America and Canada. 38 million for Canada. 332 and 38.
Unstoppable.
332 plus 38 is 370. So they have literally 72% of every man, woman, and child alive. So that literally includes babies, people up, ages 6, 10, whatever. If you excluded those, exclude the bottom 10% of the population, which presumably is too young to be on a computer, they've got 80%. That sounds about right. You think about your weird friends that don't have Facebook, that's the rest of the world. Yes, it's 12, 17. The ad number is in black, and the reality number is here, and the total numbers up here. Perfect. That's exactly what I need. So if you look at the US and Canada ad revenue number, it peaked at 15 billion in the December quarter. We're about to see another December quarter. But if you look at year over year, it essentially is flat. 13.1 billion versus 12.1 it's the same. Here it was down a little bit. Here it was up a little bit. Here it was up quite a bit. So this is like pandemic peak. We don't know what Q4 will look like, although let's get the guidance. They gave guidance. 32.5 billion. So looks like they're guided to -2%, which is basically flat. Yeah, what a great stock. This is like got to be the top holding. So be patient. and money will be transferred to you. Assuming you made the right decisions. You can be as patient as you want in AMC, you're probably not going to get paid. So it's a little while in the midst of Q4. Last pieces of the cash flow statement together. Let's see. Got the debt part, leases, overdraft, and other the planned layoff. That's what's so crazy to me. Right? Like you go from 60,000 people to 90,000 people, and then you fire all of them. Like, it's better than not reacting, right? I guess you better, if you make a mistake, you might as well fix it. We are also taking a number of additional steps to become a leaner and more efficient company by cutting discretionary spending and extending our hiring freeze. How did we get here? We started focusing rapidly and the surge of e-commerce led to outside revenue. Many people predicted this would be a permanent acceleration that would continue even after the pandemic. I did too, so I made the decision to significantly increase our investments. Unfortunately, this did not play out the way I expected. Not only has online commerce returned to prior trends, a macroeconomic downturn, increased competitions, and ad signal loss have caused our revenue to be much lower than expected. We're restructuring teams to increase our efficiency. But these measures alone won't bring our expenses in line with our revenue growth. So I made the hard decision to let people go. How will this work? There's no good way to do a layoff, but we hope to get all the relevant information to you as quickly as possible, and then do whatever we can to support you through this. Everyone will get an email soon, letting you know what this layoff means for you.
3 of the primary areas we're going to focus on are our AI discovery engine that's powering Reels and other recommendation experiences, our ads and business messaging platforms, and our future vision for the metaverse. Our AI discovery engine is playing an increasingly important role across our products, especially as advances enable us to recommend more interesting content from across our networks and feeds that used to be primarily driven just by the people and accounts you follow. Moving to monetization, I've discussed in the past how the growth of short-form video creates near-term challenges, since Reels doesn't monetize at the rate of feed or stories yet. That means that as Reels grows, we're displacing revenue from higher monetizing services. And I think this is clearly the right thing to do so that we Reels can grow with the demand that we're seeing. But closing this gap is also a high priority.
Yeah, I still think $200 a share is the right price for Facebook. It's trading at around 100, and I don't assume any heroic revenue growth going forward, which I don't think anybody should. I even assume they decline revenues for a couple years. Well, next year and the year after. And then they kind of return to growth, but very modest growth. I assume they shut down Oculus after losing money on it for a couple of years, which is immaterial. I mean, Oculus, Meta, all their extra projects don't really do anything, and they just buy back stock. Sort of like I said, the same playbook Oracle went through over the last decade. I'm gonna pop in one of the 10Ks. I'm gonna flesh out this model a little bit more. Maybe get some insight. Maybe I won't. Actually, I think it'd be fun to put the stock price in as well, because they never split, as far as I know. It's trading at the same price it was at in 2016. 2016 revenue was, I mean, the market's good at discounting, so it really doesn't matter, but it's probably a fifth. Yeah, amazing, huh? 2016 revenue was 27 billion. Meanwhile, 2022 revenue is going to be over 100 billion. The stock price was the same back then, but I think the stock knew, the market knew what was going to happen. There's going to be rapid growth and they would hit a wall, and that's exactly what happened. So that's why the stock priced that in back in the day. Look at this old revenue news clip. Isn't it amazing? Breathtaking. 7 billion in revenue. 8 billion. Then 12. Then 18, then 28, then 40. This is all Cheryl's work. I mean, building a product's really important, but building a business is hard. Amazing, isn't it?
The classic quote is, there are only two hard things in computer science: cache invalidation and naming things. I do agree that these are hard to get right, but they're also easy to get wrong. And you can get 80% of the way by avoiding bad patterns. We're going to talk about what I consider to be bad naming practices. Practices that if you avoid, you'll force yourself into better naming. The classic first example you'll see is you shouldn't name variables with a single letter. I suspect this originally came from when math and computer science were more or less the same. Mathematicians pride themselves on being terse. They like to crystallize down to the smallest, most concise way of expression. The thing is, you don't need to edit math, but you do need to edit code. So it's become obvious to programmers that we should avoid using single-letter variable names because they don't tell you anything about the variable. But I'd argue that you should take this one step further. You should never abbreviate names, period. Look at this code. Can you tell me its purpose? What about now? Abbreviations rely on context that you may or may not have. You spend more time reading code than writing code. So forcing yourself to understand per-system naming patterns makes it much harder to dig into unfamiliar code. Abbreviations used to help because of two reasons. It saved you typing, and screens were 80 characters wide. But now, when we write code, we get this. It takes less keyboard strokes than ever to write variable names. And we have massive 4K screens now, so there's no real advantage to abbreviation. Don't put types in your name. If you've edited older code on Windows, you'll see something called Hungarian notation. This is where you'd prefix the type to the variable name. I think this goes back to before we had good standard types in C, so everything would basically be an int. And the type of the variable wouldn't actually tell you what was inside of it. But now, with statically typed languages, the type should tell you exactly what you're looking at. So putting types in your variable is no longer necessary. Related, it's considered good practice to put units in your variable name. For example, if you have a function that accepts a delay time, if this value is in seconds, you should name the variable delay seconds. This way, it's clear to the user of the function that they better be putting in seconds. It's also more clear to someone editing the class itself what unit they're working with. But even better than that is to have a type that removes the ambiguity completely. For example, in C#, the time span. or chrono duration in C++. The type abstracts the user from understanding the exact underlying unit. You need to explicitly ask for a unit back, like here, getting seconds back. For dynamically typed languages like Python, you sadly can't rely on type declarations to help, so we'll need a bit of help from the variable name. Interestingly, people also add types to their types. In C#, there's this pattern of prefixing interfaces with I. This is something I've never understood. Good code uses interfaces all the time, and the consumer doesn't really care whether it's an interface, class, or abstract class. They just want to know what they can call. In this code, we animate an object on the screen. This is an interface. If I swap this to an abstract class or a concrete class, it wouldn't change the scope, nor would it help the code do anything better. C# is still following this pattern even for new .NET library code. So for your C# code, it might make sense to follow the pattern, since bad style guidelines are better than no style guidelines. For other languages, I definitely avoid. Another example of typing their types is if you find yourself naming a class with base or abstract. This I've never found in a standard library. If I have a truck class, and then realize it might make sense to create a parent class instead, I've seen folks name the new parent class base truck. This isn't a great name because it doesn't help the users of the class. It still represents a truck. If you ever find yourself unable to come up with a good name for the parent class, it probably means that we should actually rename the child class instead. Instead of base truck, let's just name it truck. And for the child class, let's over-specify the name. We'll call it a trailer truck. Now if someone gets a truck, they understand what they're getting. It's a truck. And they don't need to know about any details or something. And if they need to know a specific type of truck, well then they get the specific one. Sometimes if you're struggling to name something, it's actually indicative that the code structure is to blame. A common anti-pattern I see is if there's a collection of functions used widely in the codebase, but it's all bundled up into a single utils class or module. If you're thinking of naming code utils or helper, you should think if it's really the right spot for it. Here's some code from a Node app that processes movies. There's a bunch of util functions here. Firstly, we should consider whether some of these methods actually make sense as a part of their respective types instead. So this code here, we can actually just move into the movie class itself. For some of these, we can instead create a class that represents a collection of movies, and that has the desired methods. And finally, some of these can be separated into other classes with descriptive names. The paging functionality can be moved into its own class. And we can even make this generic so that it can operate on more than just movies. And the cookie function should really just be in a cookie class. Now we don't have anything in our utils class, so we can just delete it. You don't see bundles of those in standard libraries because they can all be sorted into modules that have good names. So we should do the same in our code. These few rules will help you write code that is easier to read and change. What would you add?
Has been slain. Has been destroyed. An enemy is dominating. Godlike. Your inhibitor is respawning soon. Double kill.
Thank you for inviting me to this. It was great fun to be in Chicago. I've never been in Chicago before, so it's quite an experience to be here. It's quite unusual to find it colder indoors than outdoors, because in Stockholm it's the other way around. So when I was invited to give this talk, what happens when people invite me to give talks, I usually say no, and then I say maybe, and then I write a sort of title that I think looks okay, and I wrote a title and said I'd accepted this, and I tweeted this title.
Perhaps it didn't.
And could you turn the volume up a tiny bit more, please? So I tweeted this title, Systems That Run Forever, Self-Heal and Scale, and immediately somebody tweeted back, well, that's impossible, you know, you can't. I mean, forever is actually quite a long time, so I'm not going to make systems that run forever. They just run for a few years, or a few hundred years or something like that, but not forever, because the Earth's not going to be here forever anyway. So, Self-heal, that's pretty obvious. If they're going to run for a very long time, they're going to get bugs in them, so they're going to crash, and we need to fix them as they're going along, and we want to scale them up to sort of planetary-wise things. So that's the theme of this talk. And what I want to do is kind of set the scene for that, because I've been working with systems like that for quite a long time. And some parts of making systems like that is pretty difficult, and other parts are pretty easy. And so I want to kind of just give you some kind of feeling for the bits which I think are difficult and the bits that I think are easy, and how you go about doing that, and what's Erlang got to do with all of this. So the plan for this talk is I just sort of introduce the problem domain. It's this highly concurrent, highly connected world. Just talk about some algorithms and architectures, and then I just go into what I call 6 rules for making systems. I'm kind of not so interested. I mean, this might sound funny coming from me. I'm not really so interested in programming languages. I'm interested in solving problems. Erlang's one of those languages that was developed to solve a specific problem, and it turns out to be very good at solving that problem. Surprisingly, it's also good at solving other problems, but that's not by design, that's more by accident. And I'll talk about the reasons for that. Given that you've got those 6 rules, you could actually implement them in any language you like. If you constructed the language to have certain properties. You can bolt these properties on top of other language. They weren't explicitly constructed in that way, so you get the sort of feeling for it, but not the behavior that you get in Erlang. And I'll show you how they're programmed in Erlang. Right, so what's the problem domain? Well, I want you to think about, somehow we've got to go from this. That's a sequential program. That's all sequential programming languages look like that to me. There's just one sort of thing, and you've got to do everything in it. Right, that's all sequential programming, and here's Erlang, you see. So it doesn't look like that. It's a completely different world, you see. You're not talking about one process or one computation that's going to do everything. You're talking about thousands, possibly millions of computations that are going to do things. And they're all isolated. They're all doing their little things, and they're all talking to each other. So we have to understand this sort of world. I don't want to understand that other world. That other world is a very strange world. I mean, if you're programming things in the real world, they're parallel. I mean, the real world is parallel. There's hundreds of people in this room. It would be extraordinarily difficult to try and describe that in a single I mean, how would I describe it? You're thinking that, and then I sort of interleave, and then you're thinking this, and then you're thinking that, and I go around you all, and then we get back to you. And how would you program that? I couldn't program that, but I could program it as, 300 parallel processes. I always like to think of Erlang processes like little people, because we've all got private memory. And we all communicate by message passing. I've got my memory, you've got your memory, and I speak to you, and the words go. And this message passing channel is imperfect. You might not be listening when I speak. A jet might go by and obscure it. That's really how my little processes work. They've each got private memory. They just send messages to each other. We don't know if the messages get there or not. If you want to know if a message got there, you've got to send a message back. Then you'll know it got there. So we're not really making any big assumptions about how the world behaves. And this is actually how, I used to be a physicist. This is how a physicist would view the world. There's no such thing as simultaneity. We don't know what's happening now. We know how it was at the time it takes a ray of light to go from A to B. I don't see you now. I see how you were a picosecond earlier because of the time it takes light to get from me to you. And it's the same with software. When we send messages to each other, we don't actually know how they are now. We know how they were in the past. And we have to live with that. Well, we can't change the laws of physics. We have to live with that. So this world has got lots and lots of computers. Lots is sort of rather vague term, but it could be anything from, I wouldn't call 2 lots, but it's certainly more than one. Probably lots starts at about 10 and goes up to a few tens of thousands, possibly millions of computers. We don't actually know how to program millions of computers in Erlang at the moment because we haven't got millions of computers, but there are research projects who are figuring out how to do that, actually. The million core projects are You've got this world of it's all and it's distributed, it's concurrent at the same time, and faults are going to happen. And so it's not a let's use functions so that no faults can occur. It's more the case that faults occur. You're going to have to worry about consistency, or rather the lack of consistency. I mean, if you've got thousands of computers, so you have to change the code. I mean, there's no such thing as an atomic upgrade. Stop it, change the code, restart it if it is every single computer on the planet. You're going to have this notion of so one of the things that actually the primary thing that I'm trying to do let's think about that for a moment. So with this kind of world, there's really two ways to design it. You can either sort of start with small things and scale them up, or you could start with big things and scale them down, and you can get it the same way. So suppose it's building a system, you want it to be, you don't want to build a system for like 10,000 people. One way of doing it is to start with a system, design it for 10 people and test it like that, and scale it up to 10,000. The other way would be to design it for like 100 million people. I mean, do the design for that and then scale it down to 10,000. And you might not get at the same architecture. You might get a completely different architecture. In fact, you would get. And I think in general it's a really bad idea to start the design and scale it up. It's better to start with an architecture that you know will work for a few trillion things and scale it down. It will actually be less efficient. When you've got your 10,000 and when you scale it up, but you'll know that you'll be able to scale it up later. So it's good. So rather than ask how do we get to 5 nines, I'd really like let's make it more interesting. Let's start at 9,999 reliability and scale it down. Okay. So let's make a system that's got 9,999 reliability. Well, that's easy. Well, it's not quite easy. There's a tricky bit, right? So, well, that's really easy because if things are independent, this is just probabilities. You see, if the probability that one thing fails, hence the 3, just set 3,333 independent machines all in parallel, and the probability that they all fail at the same time is 10 to the minus 9999. So you've got your 4 9. Oh, it's not 4 9s reliability. It's 9,999 reliability. That's pretty easy. Okay, so the difficult bit is making them independent, right? So, oh, and does this work? Yeah, I've just put in a few slides because, well, we believe this sort of technology works. This is this is what I do, right? When I'm not here, I work for this thing here is a connection. This stuff down here, this is your 4G, LTE, wideband CDMA, 3G out here. And this stiff stuff over there, IP network, that's internet. Right. And we put a box, so the software abstraction of that is this. Okay? Well, software people do bubbles and arrows. And so this is millions of smartphones, and that's Erlang, and that's the internet. And that box in the middle, that connects smartphones to the internet. Now, it actually connects about half the smartphones in the world. Right, so if you've got a smartphone, if you're using data traffic, then it's about 50% chance of going to an Erlang thing. If the base station is still running, if you've got the data merits. If you purchase them from our competitors, then they won't do that. About half the world's smartphone traffic. And we built a thing here. This is Ericsson. I've sort of taken some stuff. This is that's the You know, I showed you the first picture, that was the architect. Second one's the software abstraction. This is the sales abstraction, which I showed to customers. That thing is a box. It's a big sort of box. And not really very exciting, actually. But it's one of those boxes. Well, you don't sell many of them. The goals are 6 nines reliability and 18 million simultaneous connected subscribers and low power consumption per person. That's all programmed in Erlang. Works quite nicely, very much. So this is pretty similar to internet high availability. There you want kind of software time, upgrade them as they go along. You don't really stop doing this. I mean, Google doesn't sort of go offline to do code upgrade at midnight. It's, you know, there isn't really a midnight, because when it's midnight here, it's not midnight in Sweden and so on. So there's not really a midnight when you... Perhaps they stop it at midnight and they change it. And that's what the banks do. They turn them off at 4 o'clock in the morning and leave them off. It takes about an hour. Well, we don't do that in telephony. Google don't do it. We want to make these things very simple. Right. So I was kind of looking for some... Distributed programming is, in a sense, hard. It's just very difficult. I found this blog. I don't know who this guy is, but he'd written a blog. He put down 5 reasons why distributed programming was hard, so I wrote them down here. I thought, yeah, I agreed with that. It's difficult. It's difficulty in identifying and dealing with failures. Well, that's what he wrote in his blog. I disagree with that, actually. I think that bit's quite easy, and I'll tell you why. Point 2, achieving consistency in data across processes is difficult. And I'm going to go into that in a little bit of detail, just to give you some kind of feeling for why it's difficult. These big systems, they are not homogeneous. You don't build systems in one. Even if I'd like you to build a whole system, you're not going to do it. Pretty difficult. They're not kind of reproducible. You've got a state every time. Often, they're not require an awful lot of special purpose hardware to do it. I mean, in order to test the software real writing, you have to build the test facility, and you could get like 2 days in 3 weeks. And that wasn't enough. You know, you go into a room half this size full of equipment and say, okay, here's the test facility. And you haven't a clue what to do. So you need a whole lot of little chaps who run around and you tell them what you want, and you've got to rig it. And that's what actually makes tests, you know, continuous development, all this continuous stuff. You can't do it with whole hardware. It's really difficult, really, to go into it in 2 days, then you have to sort of rerun them every time you commit your program. So you have to get all the tests. And so the technologies in distributed systems are not easy to understand. I'll give you some examples of that. Not just to sort of frighten you off a little bit, but they are kind of tricky. So I'm going to look at data. So highly available data. I'm going to say data is basically you really need to look after your data, make sure you never lose it. Computations, that's just stuff that transforms data. So if the program crashes, just rerun it or something like that. That's not a problem. You can perform the computation anyway, provided you can get hold of the data. So I'm going to look just at a sub-problem, and that's how to make highly available data. Okay, so let's look at the where is my data problem. I like this. So I've actually got 10 million, that's my thing, I've got 10 million computers, and you put your data, Joe's data is on 3 or 4 of them. So the first question you want to ask is, well, in order to access my data, I'd need to know which computer I've put my data on. How could I find that out? Right. Well, that's pretty easy. We know how to do that. So most of the algorithms, this is one of my favourite algorithms, the chord algorithm. That tells you how to put data on the computer that all my data's on. If you've got millions of them. So for those of you who don't know it, I'll go through it rapidly. What you do is you map the IP addresses, or the hash of the IP addresses and the hash of the keys into the same namespace. Okay, so I'll give you a simple example of this and use MD5 as the hashing function. So suppose you've got 3 machines, well, more than 3, I've got several machines there, but the first 3 machines have got IP addresses 235, 23, 34, 12, and so on. So the first thing I can do is compute a hash, an MD5 checksum of those. And I did that there. And then sort those MD5 checksums. Okay, so the next list here, that's the sorted MD5 checksum. And then if I've got a particular data, suppose I've got a key, something like this mail number 2. So if I hash that into an MD5 checksum, I also get compare that with this list here. Okay. So that goes in the third position list here. The third position box between the second. You can see the first 2 entries, the hash of 0990, that's machine S2. The second hash is machine S3. This hash here occurs between the second and third entries in that row. And that says, it's just a convention, I'll store that data on the machine with the hash that's the first value that's lower. So we're going to store that in machine S3. So by hashing key values into the same namespace as the hash of IP address, if you want a replica, well, you hash it again, so you get 2 machines. And store the second one on the second machine. Of course, it might hash to the same machine, so if it went to the same machine, just do it again. And that's the Chord algorithm, right? And it's actually the basis of all, well, not all distributed hash tables. Most of them work like that, so it's quite easy to understand. Very pretty algorithm. So let's look at these replicas. So to find the data, but I'm trying to replicate data. So we're storing them in 2 or more places. Now life becomes a bit more difficult. So your first thing is, okay, the first thought that people have about replicas is, I know what we'll do. We'll keep an odd number of copies and we'll vote. You'll send out, like, say, keep 5 copies and you send them out. And when 3 of the machines have said, yeah, we agree, then you say, yeah, it's okay. What about the 2 that didn't agree? We'll forget about them for a moment. We'll forget about them for the moment. It's going to come and bite us in the bottom, I think, later. But never mind, it sort of looks okay. The majority wins. And what about the time? Oh, that's brilliant. Look at that. We've got some master machine here. And broadcast 5 machines. We're going to get 5 answers. But all this takes place in parallel. Okay, so in wave 1, come out 5 messages, 5 replies. That's great. As soon as you've got more than 3 replies, you can say, yeah, that's great. So you can have 17 replicas. Or you can have 9,999 replicas and wait until more than half of them are replied. Okay. See, it's linear time. Doesn't matter how many replicas. Easy to find the machine. Everything's simple. Yeah. Now at this point, you're thinking, distributed data is really easy. Right. So making the replicas is pretty easy. Right. So if we can make 9,999 replicas, we'll. So I just think I'm a bit sort of. I like to understand things, so I think, well, I don't really understand 9,999. Let's try and understand what's involved in making 2 replicas. Here's how we've got 2 replicas, you see. Let's suppose we've got a master machine A and a replica machine B, and we send a message to it. Set X is 10. Sends a message to the B machine, set X is 10. You get an ACK from the B machine, you get an ACK from the A machine. So at this stage, what we know about the system is asymmetric. Right, because A know that X is replicated on B. But B does not know that X is replicated on A. Because somebody might have told BA to change the value, and it hasn't yet got a signal. So right, so let's see. So what happens if everything, let's suppose we've got a, well, it's not going to kind of work like that. We've got two machines, A and B. We've got a client. They can't put to A in, but they don't know where A is. So normally you have a sort of load balancer or a master machine that knows where A and B is. And so the client actually talks to the master machine who knows where A and B are and it always puts to A. So this is what happens if everything works. So the user sends a message to the manager. That knows where A is. That's the manager is saying the executing the call. So it sends a message to A, set A, and you get all these X back, and it all works. There you go. So set X equal to 10, and you set it equal to 20, and everything's fine.
An ally has been
Right.
slain.
So, hang on, what happens if A crashes? And then the client asks for the value of X. Well, I'll do it. So it's crashed at this point. So the user set X equal to 10 and some stuff has worked. And then he set X equal to 20 and some stuff has worked. And then this process crashes at this point here. So the master here knows that A has crashed. And now somebody asks for X. Well, the master knows that A has crashed, so he asks B. And he gets back a value of B that's 10. So what can you apply? Oh dear, this is a sort of unsafe value of X. I know it's 10, but it might not be. Right? But you see, it actually says, I mean, it's 20 here. But you can't ask A because A is dead. But he knows that A's died. Unsafe value. Now what do you want in your program? Why don't you do a get and put and say, I think it might be. So programmers don't want to know this. And so other programmers put abstractions like two-phase commit. And so even though you're getting it, well, I'm unsure about this really, they say, oh, I'm sure it's 10. You know? Right. So now what happens if the master... Now, well, wait a minute, look, hang on. So this was kind of tricky. You see, here's the A has died. So the master is beginning to get a tiny bit. So now we say, oh, well, what happens if the master process itself dies? Well, I'm going to tell you a little bit, right? So, have any of you heard of the Paxos algorithm? Right. So you know life is a tad tricky. So the Paxos algorithm is distributed leadership election. It's the problem you have a leader just dies and then you've got to, in a distributed way, figure out who the new leader is and you kind of vote and take the job. As you're voting, you might be die. So if you look it up, you'll find these signal diagrams. They look pretty much like the ones I've been drawing. Only there's about 15 to 20 of them that look like that. Well, that's one of the simpler ones that will fit on the slide. So in making this lecture, I did a little bit of research, and I found a quote I rather like, because it was from a paper. The paper was called In Search of an Understandable Consensus Algorithm. I like the word sort of understandable consensus algorithm. And read a bit, it says, unfortunately, Paxos has two significant drawbacks. The first drawback is that Paxos is exceptionally difficult to understand. The full explanation is notoriously opaque. Few people succeed in understanding it, and only with great effort. As a result, there have been several attempts to explain it. These explanations focus on a single degree Paxos. They are still challenging and leave the reader with not enough information to build a practical system. In an informal survey of attendees, we found few people accustomed to Paxos, even among people who we struggled with Paxos ourselves. We were not able to understand the original paper. That's the one Paxos simply explained, you know, so... until several simplified explanations in designing our own alternative protocols. And who wrote it? Well, one of the authors is John Oosterhout. Do you remember TCL? very nice language. So John Oosterhouse, I mean, he's not a dumb guy, right? He designs programming languages. And programming language designers sort of a bit anal about understanding stuff. So I'll try and figure out how to do it. So if John Oosterhouse says he couldn't understand it, and it's kind of tricky stuff, that's good enough for me, you know, I mean, it is actually. So, that's the bad news. Okay, so what's the good news? Well, the good news is that it's been solved in the Erlang, I'm going to say quotes, in the Erlang libraries, you see. So there's a gen leader thing in the Erlang libraries. That itself is this problem is so difficult for the research bit of it was the project bit was an algorithm, and the research bit was to prove that it was correct, and they proved it was correct, and it ran for several years. And then they've got a bug report. The leadership election was actually electing 2 different leaders, and it was reproducible. And this was a bit of a problem because it's actually proved to be correct. So we went back to the people who proved it, and they said, oh, well, we have to make a few simplifying assumptions in order to do the proof. It bleeds to be correct. And if you don't want our libraries, there are things like React, which implement React actually is quite nice, because instead of ending with... Normally things hide the voting structure. So if you've got 5 replicas and you really want to be sure that it really worked, you'd really like to maybe know that you've got 5 commits, not 3. Most databases, you don't allow you to do this. React has this kind of layer of fine control where you can sort of say, well, I really do actually want to know exactly what's going on, and you can sort of go in at different levels, which is very nice. So this was just a little sort of introduction to some of the problems you get in distributed programming. I don't think that you need a lot of complicated, fancy algorithms to do distributed programming. But certain ones, like replicating data, you do need, and you certainly don't want to implement them yourself. So you really want kind of rock-solid, industrial quality implementations of that stuff, and don't try and build it yourself, unless you're a research group and want to spend 10 years doing it before you just want to build something. Take these libraries. You don't have to use them. Libraries like React, AMQP, running MQs, these are the libraries. Never got any fool can write there, right? But this stuff is difficult. Okay. Right. So let's look at some rules first. These are sort of properties that you need if you want to make fault tolerant systems. And you know when people, I don't like slides with. Oh, I've got slides with bullets, but trouble with slides with bullets is all the bullet points are the same size, so you don't know which is most important. So really, like a painting, big bullets. So if you put on a bulleted list all the things that are important, the biggest bullet of all is isolation. Complicated process. That means that one process can't. It doesn't really matter if my process is actually both I choose my process. I've proved your program to be correct. I built a fault tolerant system. Built it on one computer, and some guy comes along and says, oh yeah, and pulls out a plug. It's not fault tolerant, is it? So this isolation property is very important. I know, because this computer is isolated, I know that if I just walk in, can I walk into the audit? Do I have a volunteer who will give me one of these beautiful computers? I'll smash it and show that my slides are still working. Do we have a volunteer? Or do you believe me? Sir? Can I take your computer to smash it? Do I need to smash your computer, or do you believe me? You believe me, right? That's great. Take the challenge, you know. You know, I'd be really surprised if I went and smashed the computer here and tried to solve, or if somebody smashed the computer in Sweden. That's like we want that for our software. So once we've got isolation, what does it give you? What do you get for isolation? You get a heck of a lot of nice things. You get fault tolerance. Because, you know, if I just smash this machine, it's not going to source what's going on in these other machines. It gives you scalability. Because if I have organised my computation so that it will run on one machine, isolated from another, and if I want twice the power or 10 times the power, I just get 10 computers, get 10 of these things. So designing my system for isolation, making sure the bits are isolated, gives me scalability. And it gives me reliability. It also gives me testability. Because I've isolated it, I can test it in isolation. If it's not isolated, if it's got the bits all glued together, how the hell do you test it? The more I can isolate, the better I can test it. Because this active isolation is taking things into smaller components, talking to them through protocols, that gives me the ability to test them. Okay. And it gives me the ability to upgrade the code in them. Because once I've isolated all of these, I can now go around the room turning on, turning off one at a time, changing the code, and putting it back around and then going to the next one. So I'm going to get all these things free. Provided I have made an architecture with isolation. So once they are isolated, the next property I need is concurrency. Can I describe computations in terms of concurrency? Because if I've now isolated them, they are concurrent. I can't do anything about that. So can I? Does my system? I'm not talking about programming. Is it an operating system? Programming language? Does it enable the description of concurrency in a sort of rather natural sort of way? Well, why do I want concurrency? Well, it just happens to be concurrent and parallel, you know, just go out in the street. If you don't believe it's concurrent, just walk over the street outside there, with all these cars moving by. All these cars are sort of moving around. All this stuff is happening. You try and describe that in a simple process. How would you do it? You can't. So, I mean, the world actually is concurrent. So let's try and describe it in a concurrent language, or a concurrent way. That doesn't mean to say it will execute in parallel. It means the description is as of a set of parallel activities. You see, I can't, if I run it on a sequential processor, a one-core computer, it will never be parallel. It will be concurrent. I get the illusion of parallelism by interleaving the CPU. If I've got like 1,000 computers, I've got a 10-core CPU, I can run 10 parallel processors on it. I can't run 11. I can run 1 million concurrent processors on it, interleaving onto the 10 processor. We have to distinguish these two ideas. We also need, you know, these two computers to make a non-stop. I also have a problem because you can't even see this. What happens? So Ericsson, you see, we do this sort of micro. Said he was Ericsson built military systems, and they were general and so this general came in and said, got the talk about, you know, two machines, you knock one out, it carries on the other one, and spoke things about wonderful sort of a nice mental model of it in the same building, you know, with a wire in between and duplicated power supplies. Mental model has been about 400 kilometres. little bit of thought said, yes, it would work. So the general was happy. Yeah, so, concurrency, it kind of goes together with this distribution. Well, I mean, if it's distributed, it is concurrent. You've got to live with it. You can't. So here's the funny thing, you see. If you want to write fault-tolerant software, you have to do concurrent and distributed programming, whether you like it or not. It's not an alternative not to understand distributed programming if you want to build fault-tolerant systems. Because you do need two computers. They are in parallel. They are distributed. You can't get away from that. Next thing you want to do is detect failure. Machines are going to die. So if you can't detect the fact that they've died, you won't be able to correct any errors that occur when they die. Failure detection. Right. So, yeah, if you can't detect a failure, you can't fix it. And this has to work, it's got to work sort of transparently across machine boundaries. And that implies actually non-shared data structures. You've got to you can't have like dangling pointers over machine boundaries. You can't sort of lazily transfer data, have half the data on one machine and half the data on another machine, because if one of the machines crashes, you've lost half your data. Because it sort of implies this kind of pure message passing when you copy everything. The real reason for that is fault tolerance. I mean, I always think, first of all, you make systems right. That means fault tolerance, and then you make them fast. The consequence of making them right is you can't have lazy data copy everything otherwise. You can't make it. Actually, I also want it to be asynchronous. This world is like time. Physics. We build fault tolerant things in Evelynn. We build these things, they watch each other. And these work transparently over machine boundaries. This is a kind of logical picture. They could all be processed on the same machine, or they could be processed on the same machine. It doesn't really matter. You need also, it's not enough at the lowest level, Evelynn gives you a kind of simple crash because you divide it by 0. Something was wrong. But you can tune that. You can send the entire database. You send the entire database. And then you want like this, very pretty obvious. Once you've started, there's no stop button, so press the start button. That's it, go further. And you want stable storage. I mentioned stable, that's this store my data. That's one of the tricky things. That's not a property programming language now without stuff. But it's kind of pretty good. This is kind of it's quite nice if you've got proper storage, you don't need backup anymore. What the hell have you got backup for? You don't need backup. Backup something you want in case your machine you need crash reports and things like that. When it crashes, it's nice. It's nice if you can come back later and say, well, despite it's all crashed, it's still in the storage why it crashed when you start it again. I just wrote a quick few quotes from various people about how you build fault-tolerant systems and things like that. Well, Jim Gray, the factory lead, wrote this paper, Why Should It Have Stopped and What We've Done About It. Anybody who remember the tandem computer? Oh! Not the only one that's right here. Evelynn is in one sense the tandem computer in software. Its architecture is very much like the tandem, because I read Jim Gray's report and I mailed him and said, Evelynn, he'd postulated if you were to do all this in software, it would work pretty much like the hardware, he said. And I said, yeah, well, we've done it in software, and it does work pretty much like the hardware. It would do. It also read, welcome to the Church of Concurrency. And he said, in order to highlight it, process between fault contained by sharing no state with other processes, only contact with other processes via messages carried by the kernel reference. That's the only way that data could be exchanged in kernel. And he said the key to software fault tolerance is to hierarchically decompose our systems into modules, each module being a unit of service and a unit of failure. And the failure of the module should not propagate beyond the module. Castell's law makes what do you expect to do? Violation of the horrible. And then grey above. Pretty much the same. Transaction mechanism in process per software modularity through process and that's the same sort of idea. And there's a notion of fail fast. The process approach to fault isolation advocates that process software should be fail fast, that either a function should function correctly or should detect the fault and stop operating. As soon as you've got a fault, you stop. Don't make matters worse by continuing. Right. And then fail early. This is somebody else. A fault in a software system can cause one or more errors. The latency time is the interval between the existence of the fault and the occurrence of the error can be very high, which complicates the backward analysis of the error. This is a paper from sort of business systems. If error occurs now and you carry on and carry on and carry on and carry on and then you get the symptom, it's very difficult going backwards to find out where it occurred. Right. And who we got? Oh, Alan Kay. This is a nice mail he sent, a reminder that I took some pains at the last, oops, I have to extend this. Small talk is not only about its syntax and class library, it is not even about classes. I'm sorry that I, a long time ago, coined the term objects for this topic because it gets many people to focus on the lesser idea. The big idea is messaging. So the big idea of object-oriented programming is messaging. It's not objects, and it's not classes, and it's not methods, it's not how they're organized. That's abstract data types. The big idea in object-oriented programming is messaging and polymorphic messaging. Right. And of course, all this is in Erlang. And Schneider, it's the same sort of stuff. Anyway, I summed all this up into Joe's quote, let it crash. Right, so just let your software crash. Now, crashing is a big deal in sequential programming languages because you've only got one process. So if you crash, you're screwed. Right. Well, what else do you do? Okay. So wait a minute, there's a corollary to this. All sequential programming languages get error handling wrong. Every single one. Doesn't matter what they are. Doesn't matter if they're Java, Haskell, Smalltalk, all of them. They're all wrong because they all have this notion of one sequential computation. You've got to do everything inside it, so you have to keep it alive no matter what happens. So what happens when you're writing a program and you get to the point in the program where you cannot return a value to something, where it doesn't make any sense to continue because you figured out that what's going wrong didn't agree with what should be? You've got a violation of your internal logic. What can you do? You have no alternative but to crash. You can't logically continue. There is no way you can. Suppose you've got a factorial, suppose you've got a divide by x, and x turns out to be 0. What do? You can't continue in it. You can't, throw not a number or something. Come on, just crash, for goodness sake. But you see, it's not a problem with this airline, because you've got millions of processors all watching it. Who cares if a few processes crashed? Oh, dear. Right. Right, so there were 6 rules. So how are we going to program them? Well, what's Erlang? Going to program in Erlang. So Erlang's a functional program. Well, it's kind of three things. Which it's like, this will come, you know, when you unwrap the parcel, you find three things inside it. It's a functional programming language. Probably in respect to Haskell, it shouldn't be a big F, it should be a sort of little f. It's got a few non-functional things in for pragmatic reasons. You can program in a very functional way if you want to, but you can also, don't have to. It's a set of design principles. They go under the name of OTP, which is a very self-evident name, middleware, open telecoms platform. Oh, well, we're not doing telecoms, it's useless, right? So, but that's all about fault tolerance and setting up these things. And it's a virtual machine called the Beam. B stands for, well, it was designed by Bogdan Hausman, which is why there's a B in it. So it's Bogdan's abstract machine, but then Bogdan left. Björn. So Björn Gustafsson now supports it, and so it's Bogdan and Björn's Erlang abstract machine. Right, so how do we program the 6 Well, we could use libraries, or we could use things in Erlang that were designed to do that. Okay, so what about okay, let's go through the isolation rule. Well, Erlang processes just are isolated. One process cannot damage another by accident. It could damage it deliberately, send an exit signal to it, but that's not accidental. You shouldn't be, perhaps I should say, you can't accidentally damage other things. And also, you can't really kill it. It might set a flag saying, no, you're not allowed to kill me. But there is a special message that you can actually kill processes, even if they've said you're not allowed to kill them. And an Erlang node can have millions of processes. They take about 300 bytes per process. You get three processes per kilobyte. So you get 3,000 processes per megabyte and 3 million processes per gigabyte. But that's before they're doing anything. So, you know, with a few gigabytes of memory, you can run up, you know, a few tens of millions of processes without any problems. Just try it. They've got no shared memory. And they're very lightweight. They're much lighter weight than threads. Operating systems are very, very, very heavy. Threads are evil anyway. You know, my threads don't obey this. I mean, here's the crazy thing. You've got nice things in operating systems that aren't actually isolated. So one process can't fuck up another process's internal data structure. But threads are evil. Because what's the difference between a thread and a process? Oh, the threads can fuck up each other's internal data structures. So they're absolutely the things you don't want to program with. Right. Concurrency, well, Erlang processes are concurrent. They all run in parallel, in theory. And actually, on a multi-core, they really do run in parallel. But you can't get more parallelism out than the core. So you've got a 4-core machine. More than 4. They're scheduled and they're preemptive. They do, within a thread, they block the I/O, but they're non-blocking with respect to other processes. So a process will go like read, write, read. Will go read, write, read, write, read. And when it says read, it waits, but it doesn't affect anybody else. So they all carry on. So it's not one of these funny languages that say, issue a read request, on read complete call, and then the read complete go like read. Oh, on read complete go there and do something. It's not like that. So it's actually standard. And it's actually just 3 little things in Erlang. You know, spawn, creates a parallel process, PID bang message sends a message, and receive. It's pattern syntax. What it actually does, it doesn't actually send a message to the process. Each process has a mailbox. Okay, so you send to the mailbox. So this is just like regular mailboxes. PID bang message tells the VM, which is the postman, says, deliver this message to this guy. It doesn't need to know where it is. This is location transparent. This will find its way over the network. It's just like a letter. If I put Nackagartan 27 on a thing and pop it in the post, it'll turn up in my mailbox in Sweden. Okay, so that's the same in Erlang. Once you know this address, PID bang messages, send it off, operation says, hey, just go look in the mailbox and see if you've got any of these mails. It just takes them out. Any other mails that are there, it won't lift them out. So there's a pattern matching operation that lifts things out of the mailbox. Right, that's the fancy bit. The failure detection bit just says, well, you can set up a link between these processes. If the process dies, it'll send you a message and it'll end up in your mailbox. That's all it says. Actually, two types of messages. Actually, the technical is signals. What really happens is, if you don't do anything and you link to another process and it dies, and if the reason it dies is because of an error, not a normal death, you yourself die and you send out messages to the processes you're linked to. And the reason for that is there's a classic problem in distributed programming. You can set up lots of parallel processes that collaborate to do something. But what happens if any one of them goes wrong? At that stage, you want to make sure that everything dies that's involved. Every single process. You might have 15 processes spread out, so you want the invariant. If anyone dies, you will. So that's what the link does. Just set the links up. It doesn't matter who starts. They'll all die. And it's an invariant. That's why we don't do defensive programming now. No file system. The process that opens a file and starts reading and writing to it, if it crashes, the operating system closes the file in a nice sort of way so that the next program that comes along can open it. It's not like the file is broken forever because the process is using it crashed. So real-time things all we do is we sort of assume they're going to work, program them as if they're going to work, and then set up some guys who monitor them, and if they fail, we put that easy there, just kind of pick up the pieces, put them together again. The failures. And yeah, we're pretty religious about fixing errors remotely. You can't fix your own errors. If I fell over and had a heart attack and need open heart surgery, I'm not going to do it myself. Where's the knife? Some medics come in and sort of carry, and some other guy fixes me up when I'm dying. We do that with processes. They're like little ambulances that sort of It gives you very nice separation of issues. You've got processes whose only job is to do stuff. And you've got other processes whose only job is what's gone wrong if the process that do stuff fails. And then you've got managers whose only job is to manage people and start and stop. Yeah, one or two lectures bundled in here. Spawn link, spawn creates a process. Spawn link creates a process with a link. So the different process dies. If you don't do that statement there, the process will die. Do put that statement on parametric receive anything else.
An enemy has been
and
slain.
we've got some live code. This actually is quite convenient to. This actually means something different. If you call bar, you've got a module with bar in here, and the module's called foo. It'll always call that no matter what happens. But if you say foo::bar, and you upgrade the code for bar at the same time as you're running it, then this will hop into a new version of the module and will carry on in the new version. The old one will carry on in the old version. Actually, you can now, without changing the names of any of the modules, you can actually have two completely logically different versions running at the same time, all the same name. And this old version is, well, actually it's a mistake in the language. When our language was designed, we didn't have much sense. Today I would do it differently. Today I would have multiple versions of the same namespace and garbage collect code. If you're performing a computation, suppose we spawn 500 processes to do the same thing, and some of them are long-lived, some of them might last for months, others are short-lived, and then we go again in the cycle and do it again. We might change the code while doing it. We don't really want to change the code in the at arbitrary points in time. We maybe want them to run to completion even though the code is old until we get to the next time they restart and then get to the next time. But we don't want to kill off the old ones using the old code just because we've changed the new code. So it's like having regular modules or classes and namespace, but thinking you can actually run the old code and the new code at the same time. Imagine Java, you've got a class called something or other, and you bring it over and you change the definitions, you just bung it in again, and bung it in again, and bung it. But the old ones that are still running the old code, they're still running the old code. The new ones are running the new code, and it's all hunky-dory and works fine. And then we got stuff for stable storage. Mnesia is a real-time database. It has the property that you can configure it to it's in that. Things like that. It's all very nice. Let's see. So, once you've done all this, once you're thinking in terms of isolation, the isolation thing forces you when you design your system to break stuff into separate components. So it's kind of rather nice, you see. In order to make things fault tolerant, you have to design it so that the components are isolated. And so you got your scalability for free. You didn't have to think about how this is going to work because you designed it correctly. And that's great, it comes for free. But it's the other way around. So another guy's going along, so I want to make a scalable system. So you design it in isolated components. It's become fault tolerant for free. Well, hang on, wait a moment. If they're isolated and it's scalable, maybe we can run it on a network. So when the multicores, this is probably why Evelynn took off about 2004, the multicores started coming along. We ran a lot of programs on multicores. They just went faster. We didn't have to do anything at all. We bunged them on the multicores and went faster. So the goal was, if you go to quad core, take your old program, bung it on the quad core, so you go 4 times faster, we hope. Some programs do, actually. Our goal is to get like 75% of the number of CPUs in speed up. So if you've got 12 cores, we hope to get like a factor 8 speed up without doing anything. Of course, it depends how you've written your programs. If you've written them with one big process, you get no gains. If you've written them with lots of little processes, you should get these gains. It's very unusual that you don't get any gain at all. And then as you start scaling up, actually, it's kind of fun because everybody else is saying, how do we take a sequential program and run it, parallelize it so we can run it on a multicore? And the Evelynn people are saying, well, it already runs on a multicore. How do we find these bottlenecks? We're looking for bottlenecks. We've already figured out how to. When you write a program, every time you write we're looking for the bottlenecks. What have we got? We've got summary, we've got like the processes, fast message passing, stuff. Very nice. More of this is kind of what you would expect in operating rather than. The Evelynn's not really. You don't need an operating system, really. The operating system just sort of. When Evelynn starts, it just says to the operating system, give me that, because I've got memory. And that's about the only monitor calling mode. Then it does everything itself, and it schedules itself. It doesn't use the operating system or anything like that. So it's awfully big, this stuff. Let's have a look. And we've got all this stuff. I'm going to hop over a bit. Yeah, I run onto a few little projects just to show it's not just everything that you can CapCB was one of the first projects that kind of React. Chef 11. In case you don't know, this is the thing that it's a management system, monitors machines. So I think Chef 11 servers are written in Erlang now. Client servers are written in Erlang. Clients are written in Ruby, and you monitor loads of machines. One Erlang node there can monitor about 100,000 machines or something like that. So being rolled into focus. So Erlang will be rolling every single focus on the planet. Quite nice. Good for that. Good for monitoring families. Good for having, you can get about 3-5 reasonably sized machine in Erlang. Mocky Web, that was running. Facebook Chat was run using that for a while. It's not using it anymore. It's been replaced by Stellaris was a distributed peer-to-peer. Wikipedia, not the real Wikipedia, the research group in Germany won the prize for the best scalable system. They implemented the entire Wikipedia This is quite interesting. It's an XMPP server. It's the most widely used XMPP server in the world. And it was actually that code that was modified for Mocky Web and a lot of things. And it's actually WhatsApp. The WhatsApp. Pictures, I think they were saying 10 billion messages a day or something. That was actually based on the XMPP code. Valued it. I reckon they'll sell themselves to Google or Facebook. So, I mean, that's what you can do if you just learn it. Just right. I mean, nobody's interested in commercial, make money by building that. RabbitMQ, which is the first compliant implementation of the advanced messaging protocol. RabbitMQ did it, and then they were acquired by I can't remember the name of the company. It was then acquired by VMware. So the VMware distributed system is actually using Erlang sort of hidden in the bottom layer using RabbitMQ. And a load of companies. Ericsson's pretty big in Erlang, using a lot. Basho, Taylor. Klarna, these are all Swedish companies. You probably don't know much about them, but I mean, at the current rate of expansion, this is going to be bigger than Google. It's a financial company. It's the first pure Erlang company in $5 billion. 5 years. Crazy. WhatsApp. This is Facebook. This is a wonderful thing here. I don't know if it's a good read, but it's quite fun writing it. The second edition of the Erlang book. They've got all the new things in Erlang that none of the Right. So a couple of slides on some fun stuff. What's in the future? I'm going to show you 2 slides. Well, I think this is kind of... Elixir is really fun. It's like son of Erlang or daughter of Erlang. It's a language that uses the same... I said Erlang is 3 things. A language, it's a set of libraries, and it's a virtual machine. So Elixir is the same virtual machine. It runs on top of the Erlang. So all these nice things I talked about, all these things about links, all these things about process isolation, all of that is in the Erlang virtual machine. It's not anybody in Erlang itself, it's in the virtual machine. So Elixir gets all that stuff. And it's got a Ruby-like syntax. And it's got syntax metaprogramming. Can't do in Erlang. So it's really cool. And it's taking place in when Erlang was developed, that was before the World Wide Web. We were talking about this in 1985, 1986. Rob Hidding and I and Mike. The number of people But this debate is taking place in the next. There's a mailing list there. I'm talking to you as Evelynn and mailing in and say, why do we do this? And a lot of people are contributing ideas. People who've never met, people in the Soviet Union, in America. And with Erlang, I think the gap between the first book and Erlang is something like 14 years. The gap here is about a year. Because Dave Thomas, who's the guy who's written the program Elixir, and the first draft sounds beta book by read it now. And there's an O'Reilly book that's out. I've read those drafts. And so the documentation, the books that you need, are being coded out of the language. We've never seen this before. There's always been this long gap. Even Ruby was kind of developed in them days those books. So I think this synergy effect is going to be very good. And I think it's a very exciting experiment because the OTP people are really keen on this. And I'm very keen on this because we can combine this enthusiasm with sort of this old-style engineering practice. We know there's a lot of engineering. There's probably hundreds and hundreds of man-years of work in the virtual machine and in the libraries, and we can just sort of glue them all together. So this is very exciting. The other stuff, this is cool. I'm just going to show you a little video, if I can make it work. This is concurring. Now, somebody earlier asked about, can you find population? So, remember that picture I showed, lots of little dots? So how do we understand a system like this? Well, let's see if this works. Oh, where's my thing to press? Oh, God. What? Shouldn't be so violent. There. Any sound, please?
Thank you, Joe. Hello, Lamborghini. My name is Alex Canaris, and I'm the CEO of Clerks Corporation. Today I'd like to show you a few of the tools we've been working on for Evelynn. Our flagship product is a real-time visual profiler. It consists of two parts: a tracer, which hooks into the Erlang virtual machine, and a set of HTML5 visualizations. Installation is easy. Add it to your Rebar config and code here is for a website that generates Mandelbrot sets. It's a simple program written in the excellent Chicago Boss framework. Now let's see this in action. Here it is running live. Every circle represents the Erlang process. The size of the circle is proportional to the amount of communication. The lines represent communication patterns, and the yellow dots represent the actual messages being sent. So far, it's pretty stable, not much happening. Let's add some load to it to see what happens. As we're adding load, you can see hotspots develop as the program struggles to keep up. The beauty of these visualizations is that it makes it super easy to see exactly where the program is at the bottleneck. Here we're zooming in on the bottleneck of the program. The bottleneck that we found is a common one in Erlang. The worker processes communicate with a central single process. As soon as the process becomes a choke point, to figure out what it is, simply put your mouse over it, and you'll be told the module name, function, and process ID within the bottleneck. Well, that's it for our whirlwind demo of a real-time visual profiler. We hope you found it interesting and useful, and look forward to your feedback. Thank you all very much.
So that's what you can see. It's like a gas. I'm wondering if it's going to obey Boltzmann's equations or something, or Boyle's law. PV is RT. If you compress this, the processes get hotter and they sort of buzz around faster, and the CPU will get warmer. And I want to see if we get to statistical mechanics for understanding how these work. But I think we need to go from this. I showed you this picture. We need to go from this world where we think that we program using single processors to this world where we program with thousands and thousands, millions of processors. So I think if you take away a message from this talk, I think that's what we need to be thinking about. It's not how single processes behave, it's how aggregates of millions of processes behave and how to build systems out of that. So I think that's about... Yeah. Thank you.
And bring that up. Alright, so these are my Twitter notes so far. You know, you can all probably find this funny if you work at Twitter. So we're going to do this without being logged in. I'm going to just go to twitter.com. You see what comes up here. Over and over again. Alright, good. That still works. Which of these can't be important? Authority, cache control, not a brand. Those don't look important. Okay, still works. So we're just trying to figure out which of these HTTP headers we actually need to make Twitter requests. Probably not important, but maybe important. Still works. X Twitter active user. All right. We're doing web, boys. We're doing web. Who likes when I do web? All right, do we need this CSRF token? Well, I didn't even need the CSRF token? Okay, great. I guess I just needed the cookie, or do I need the guest token? Let's try without the cookie. The cookie was not important. Maybe just the guest token was important. I don't think I need a user agent. Let's see, look, hacking. It's just binary search by hand. All right, let's go. See, look at all the stuff I've already removed. We can remove all that stuff and make Twitter that much faster, because that's how it works. Okay, we need an authorization, and do we need a guest token? Let's just do that last thing. See, look at how much I've already optimized. We were making all those requests with all that stupid stuff, and now we don't need all that stuff. Okay. Params, data, headers. Yeah, that's it. Let's say headers equals headers, and let's throw some headers here. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways that we can go about approaching something like Twitter. So this is, let's figure out just how their API works and think about what we might be hitting. I started some notes on the back end. Usually, I mean, you can't get much information about their back end, but usually when you want to look into something like this, you read their engineering blog, and it's usually pretty good. They talk a lot about Hadoop. I will be honest, I've never written a line of Scala in my life. So maybe we should just take a quick look at what Scala actually looks like. Learn Scala. Should we learn Scala? Use the Scala installer. You know what? Maybe we should do some HackerRank programs in Scala. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there. Come on, I gotta prepare. Who knows? Who knows what's gonna happen at my Twitter interview, guys? You know, who knows? How do you go live on Twitter? You got to be a giga-chad to go live on Twitter, bro. Can't really see anything. Quick, grab Hotz's bearer token and go rogue. What's my bearer token? Did I post a... Oh, that token. Guys, I'm not logged in. You can't do anything with this token. I'm not logged in. That's why I'm not logged in, guys. You think I'm stupid? You think I would do this with a logged in account, bro? I have some OPSEC. No one tests my OPSEC. I'll fuck you up before, bro. Okay. Headers. We have X. Guest. Token. You know what this reminds me of? I did spend some time automating dating sites, like automating Tinder and Bumble and stuff. Reminds me kind of doing that. Let's throw a shebang. By the way, who's excited about the new Python? Is it Python 3.12? Okay, good. So we'll notice that I've replicated the curl in Python. Okay, now let's break this out a little bit. Oh, God. Look at that. I want to decode those things. Is there like a way to do that?
Minions have spawned.
Probably not. First, just say URL. URL. There's gotta be a way to decode. Python decode %encoder. Whoa. Okay, so basically that's just JSON in the variable. What if can I just go past that really fast? Hello, we're streaming on Twitter. No, it wasn't, but our boy, whose name we're not going to say on stream, so we're streaming on Twitter now. Yeah. So how does Twitter work, right? So good. I'm glad to know they have safety mode user fields. So safety is very important. I'm doing light wrong. I have that light over there. Oh, I know. Okay, we'll lower the light. You want to be in charge of lights? Or a ring light, guys. But that doesn't fit back there. We'll just lower it a little bit. Is that better? doing? I'm messing with the lights. Thank you. I'll be done with this in 7 hours. Alex, I gotta prepare, you know? If I don't get this job, how are we gonna put food on the table? What? Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna ask me. Maybe I should learn Scala. No, we'll do some Scala challenges, guys. We'll do some Scala challenges. How do I describe percent encoding? Right, great. Let's just take this and throw this in here. Okay, hang on. I want to do a few things. Let's call it variables. Let's call it data. Variables sounds sketchy. Okay, data, and then yeah, you see that I have to like Google things too, because I'm actually an idiot. Does that work? Oh. Following features cannot be null. Look at this, we're getting some data back. Can that work? The RAM's off? Weird. Why does that not work? Isn't that exactly what params is? Equal 4 bytes to send in the query string for the request. Okay, I don't really understand, but whatever. What did I do wrong? I don't know. Alright, let's break this JSON down. So, for JSON.dumps. Yeah, good, you understand. Sweet. Alright, let's see if this is normal JSON. Oh no, loads. Let's get that backwards. Extra data, okay. Is this not valid JSON? Broken code or something? Oh, end features. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's why that didn't work. Because we have something called features too. Okay, so first we have variables, and that's equal to this. A user ID. Now remember, you know, you can say like, George, why are you wasting time copying and pasting? And the truth is, this is how you learn, or at least this is how I learn. And like I said, you know, I'm slow, so. About being a 100x engineer is just putting in 100x more hours. So now, let's see if we can get parameters. I promise we'll clean this up, but this is using the undocumented Twitter API, or it's probably actually documented somewhere. And if someone wants to post like a link to it, I would appreciate that. But we're learning. Oh, okay. That doesn't work. Okay. Does it still work? Oh, great. I'm glad that works. Otherwise, can we JSON dump these? junk. I'll also throw a Gimby probably. So I can get diff when I break things. I'm probably not going to push this, but so I can get diff when I break things. And it's loads. Will those automatically be JSON encoded? No, they won't. Equals JSON.dumps x for x.k in params.item. See, I can do some stuff without having to Google. Oh, I got it wrong. So we have headers, we have variables, and we have features. Let's actually start looking at what our response is. So our response clearly looks like JSON. So I think there's actually, I can do like r.json. Insert r.json. 200 per day. When you get it 200, you're winning. Oh, good. Good. They have a Ukraine flag and they have atheist and resist and ban assault weapons. Good. That's good. That's good to know they're one of the good people. Good. Let's not use this. This is junk. Variables. Sorry, I just picked a user at random. I don't mean to call you out, but I mean, I guess I'm just chilling through the comments. We're going to try incrementing the user number by 1. Now remember, when we've incremented the user number by 1, he went to jail and became a Nazi. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's try 8. Do we get a new user? I think we got a new user, guys. I don't know. I can't really tell. There's a Python thing to like pretty print JSON. Python pretty print JSON. No, I think it's just a pretty print in Python. P-print. Alright, look at all this great stuff. Now this should work for any user ID. Alright, should we timeline enabled? Alright, so we're making a query, Twitter, that has this. Oh, probably like, you're like, George, you can just do this all in this simple web tool. And yeah, you probably can. I got it. Wow! You can see when a Twitter account's created? Alright, let's go get my user ID. This is too meta, guys. How do we get my user ID? User by recipe. Variables. Is this my Twitter ID? Wow, I have a long user. Uh-oh, our status code's not 200. Not status. 400. What's a 400? 400 status code. I probably failed my own interview. Oh, it's a bad request. Okay, you're not the request. How did you mess up? Oh, maybe that 22 is actually in the... Yeah, it's in the percent. Okay, get rid of the 22. No 22. We don't have any 22s on this. Alright, good. Oh, look at this! Here we go. President of Con AI. URLs, display URLs. This is pretty nice. Should we write a custom Twitter client and replace the Twitter client with something that is fast and lickety-split? We can. now that we have secret access to the Twitter API, right? Like there's an API, and then there's an API, right? And that's like, it's sad when these apps do this, right? They have this whole developer API. Now maybe it's the same API, and I'm just an idiot and search for GraphQL. I'm just for searching. But alright, let's see, how can I make a Twitter API, getting started, okay, this is very complicated. I tried to click sign up, and they asked me if I was going to sell my data to governments or something, and then I got bored and I stopped doing that. Like, I'll show you what happens if you click sign up. Here you go. These endpoints don't look anything like these endpoints. Let's use this GraphQL thing. Now, what's interesting about the GraphQL is I'm not really sure what this is. So when I look at it, it looks like base 64 encoding, but I tried decoding the base 64. I want to bro, like this website probably gets so many good leaks, and I just get this. I'm trying to use this. So that might just not have a usable thing. We have a user by REST ID with safety mode user field with super. Whatever. So you basically make this question. We definitely disable that. 400. Oh. I think if we still get a 400, we can maybe get some text. Yeah. Okay. The following features cannot be null. Oh, great. See, this is probably one of my most accessible streams yet, because I'm not like doing something that's like crazy hard. I'm doing like hack this box level stuff, you know? Alright, good. We're getting 971 viewers. The following features cannot be null. We absolutely need a responsive WebQL graph timeline. What about verified phone labeling? Can I disable that one? Nope. That one can't be null either. So can I disable these? That's a variable. That's not a feature. Query violation. Variable has an invalid. Okay, there's probably going to be some way. There's some way in GraphQL to request like. I don't know if variables and features are like a normal part of GraphQL. I'm honestly not that familiar with it. There's probably some way to request docs. Man, whenever you can get things to document themselves, that's the best. All right, let's just search for GraphQL Twitter API. Maybe someone's just rebuilding Twitter's public API. Did they talk about GraphQL in here? Okay, maybe this is just Twitter API. Twitter I. That's 1. Right, this is Twitter API 2. Maybe this is just Twitter API 1? Well, actually, you know what? A better thing to search for would probably be user by REST ID. Oh, here we go. Okay. So, no, it is not the real API. If the first hit is the Twint project, an advanced Twitter scraping and open source intelligent tools, while evading most API limitations. Oh, and then they throw it into some Elasticsearch. No authentication, no API, no limits. Wow. Wait, this seems pretty cool. Let's get some more high quality graph URL. Oh, here's another one. Notice that this has a completely completely different. What is it? Good listing. Look at these spots. Look at these columns. Clone. Did the lighting get improved? Maybe they have a listing. So maybe like, so someone's already done something. Interesting that this is different. And there's two of them. Authorization and yes. So that seems to be important. I wonder if that's an older version. I wonder if we can change that and it still works. Query violation. Variable with highlighted label. Interesting. Okay. So this is a different version of the API. So that's like encoding the version. I don't know. Let's we should try a little harder at that base 6040 code. I bet this is some normal GraphQL thing. Does anyone know GraphQL and something to it? Like AES or something. Right. Whenever I see 10 random looking bytes there, those bytes random. They look pretty random. Okay. Regardless, it doesn't matter. We can just get it from Twitter. So what else might we want to do? We can get details about a tweet. We can get user by REST ID. User by How do we get user by screen name? That's an interesting idea. Viewer. Here's another one. These are secret URLs. You know, I really don't like when they have a completely different API. Like this should be refactored. They have a completely good, and this is something we do at Commons. We use, for the most part, the same API internally as our apps use, right? And if you're not using the same API, the problem is it's just stupid to maintain these two things that are basically the same, right? And you're like, well, okay, but the internal one needs more access. Well, first off, this one isn't internal, but you should always have your apps accessing through APIs. One of the things that I really like to see with Twitter is a better API, and to again allow alternative fronts. Right? If Twitter moves to a less ad-based and more monetization-based thing, you should be able to plug the data into anything. What you're paying for is access to the back end. Right? And look, I'm happy to pay. Like I think a lot of people are. Would pay 99 cents a month to watch these as long as they're in 1080p. Earmark your $8. Might want to censor the authorization header. I'm telling you, it's junk. This is literally a Virgin Chrome browser. Convert curl code to request code like magic. Oh, interesting. I'm just reading all the comments. The dev platform is underutilized by content creators. Yeah, because it's confusing. Here's another one. Twitter QL. User tweets and replies. How come they're different for all of those? Alright, so maybe we should have a goal. W, you sound like the voice in my head when I'm scripting. Yeah, right? Right? I'm a streamer. Just record streams on YouTube. And then some crypto scammers. Right, great. I think it's real trending topics. Can we get real trending topics back? You know, I was the top trending topic in 2010. Black Rain was the top trending topic. I'm hoping like the old days of the internet are kind of going to come back, when it's less about. You really do have to wonder what all the people at these companies do. Right? You just have to wonder. Like I look at all this stuff and I'm like, yo, like. I don't know. Maybe it's arrogance, but I think Twitter could be built into Spain by 20 minutes. Right? Maybe there's something I don't see. You know what? I think we dove into the front end enough. We kind of get how it works. We can go in a bunch of people, but I think I get it. This GraphQL stuff. With some JavaScript. Is there some way to query like GraphQL? Like to dump the type system of GraphQL? I'd really appreciate that. GraphQL verbose. So we get interesting things going on. Let's take out query violation. Right? Like, so this needs something. Do like webhacking.krs. What if I come out and tweet? Let's look up tracing trace ID. Alright, so quickly, our guys reply, do you want to see me go into backend stuff, or do you want to see me try to learn Scala? Exploring GraphQL. I feel like I've done these before, and there's like pretty cool ways. So you guys, I'll check the Twitter in like 5 minutes. We'll see what the replies are. You want to see me do Scala tutorials, or you want to see me go into the back end and try to make some like numbers about, okay, how big does this thing actually have to be? I read some things where they had like, they were talking about like a Hadoop cluster with 10,000 nodes. And it just seems wild. It seems wildly overengineered. Again, we're talking out my ass. There's not that much. There's a few things that make Twitter simpler than a whole bunch of things. So first, like, if you're dealing with something like YouTube, YouTube, the storage requirements on YouTube are insane. Like, uploaded data being uploaded to YouTube is petabytes. Right, we're gonna do this a little at least. So let's talk about the backend a little bit. So let's say that there's, let's just look it up. Number of tweets per day. There's over 500 million tweets. So you have 500 million tweets. Let's say with metadata, it's 1 KB per tweet. Right? This is 500 gigabytes per day. This is not a lot of data. Compare that to something like YouTube. Now, to be fair, probably 1/10 of the tweets have either video or images embedded into them. Those can pretty much go straight to your CDN. You can have like a separate system for this, right? So let's look like, I'll show you guys when you have an image posted on Twitter. like you know, this truck here. So it's on pbs.twinity. This looks to be where all the images actually are. Images, JavaScript, so that's ABS. Maybe we can figure out what these things stand for. And then video is for can I do something like format equals PNG? Does that actually give me a PNG? Can we get a BMP? Let's see if we can get a BMP. These hackers probably have like better ways to do this than none of that. Can we get a BMP? We got 0 bytes. BMPs are not the thing. Or no BMPs. We get a chip. We get a chip. But it was actually a PNG, okay? So the GIFs are a lie, guys. Just like the cake, the GIFs are a lie. Let's see if we can do small. Small. What if we spell small wrong? Well, can't be found. Okay. So they have some image ingestion server that's taking these things in, storing them, seems great, resizing them a whole bunch, you know. That's good. So that's what we're doing for images. Okay, now 70 million, 500 million tweets. Okay, I mean that's not nothing. Okay, that's actually more than I at first thought. Here's where they talk about their back end. So, like I said, if you want to understand the back end of a company, the best thing to do is to read the engineering blog. You'll at least get some basic ideas. So these GraphQL, I mean, I just want to like get an idea, and some of this. You know, it's hard to tell from the outside, but we can try to figure it out. So we're making this GraphQL request, right? And then somewhere in the back, there's a database, right? And there's a question of how this request actually gets routed to the database. Like I said, I'm not logged in here also. So, I mean, maybe here, let's try a search and let's see. Let's search for Twitter. Right, and then what requests actually happened? User by REST ID. No, we know all about user by REST ID. Where does the search actually happen? Search is an interesting one, right? The search is probably handled by a completely different system than this. I mean, so far, what requests have we found? We found tweet detail and user by REST ID. So those are probably pretty direct access to some kind of database. Now, from this blog post, they say they used Hadoop and Manhattan. And Manhattan is a custom, internally developed distributed key value store. I mean, I'm sticking with what I said about the 20 engineers. I mean, okay, there's not maybe 40, right? Maybe it takes a bit more because you do have the thing that makes services hard is when you think about how horizontally scalable they are, right? The more horizontally scalable a service is, the better it is, right? Think about something like WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp is almost perfectly horizontally scalable, right? If it's just point-to-point messaging. Right, because I can shard all my servers and then like, okay, it's got to find the shard when it delivers the message, but that's really no big deal, right? Whereas Twitter needs to do something like, and this is kind of a difficult request, you can think about how it might make it, is when it makes your feed, right? Making your feed is a big question, and it's a distinct thing from search, right? So yeah, like there's some difficulty there. They've all switched also to these algorithmic feeds instead of just straight up linear feeds. I know there's a lot of controversy around that. I generally think algorithmic feeds are better. It'd be nice to know what the algorithm is. All right, let's talk about their event processing. Let's look into what their event processing stuff is. This is also recent. These things do change, but not that quickly. Okay, we approximate 400 billion events every day. Okay, so that's pretty far off from the 500 million tweets. Okay, so they're saying 400 billion events. Okay, you're also going to have to deal with likes and stuff, right? So you can think about how that might be represented in something like a table. There's various event sources we consume data from, and they are produced in different platforms and storage systems, such as Hadoop, Vertica. Okay, I've never even heard of this one. Vertica Analytics Platform. What does it do? Analytic Database Management Software Company? That's too many words, man. The column oriented. Okay, I've heard something about this. It stores data by columns rather than rows. Okay, well, they use it. Manhattan distributed databases is their custom thing. So Hadoop means a lot of things too. Hadoop is a like really large thing, but I assume when they say that they have storage in Hadoop, they mean HDFS. HDFS is Hadoop's storage system. I remember also reading that they were storing things in Thrift. Now, I haven't seen Thrift since I worked at Facebook, but Thrift is similar to, it's kind of like Protobuf, but I think it also includes like a IPC system. It might even be a RPC. It's some they might even have an RPC built on top of it, right? You can think of like there's like, look like ZMQ if you want to like understand. ZMQ's docs are pretty good to understand any IPC. Okay, Kafka. This is it's Apache Kafka. Open source event streaming platform. This gets into fancy stuff. At Comma, like, so we wrote our own distributed file system because they were all just so complex. And yeah, I mean, when you do deal with these very complex things, you end up needing like multiple engineers just to maintain them, right? And to maintain this large cluster and deal with, who knows how it might go down. I'm surprised the things are as robust as they are. But so this is what we use internally to store our architecture is showing up. Yeah, so they were talking a lot about how they moved to Google Cloud. Oh, well, guys, I got a vape, by the way. Vaping is my new hobby. Kafka and Dataflow. Therapeutics. Alright, let's read the comment. If you were wondering about those IDs, they're just string constants, probably for versioning. Wait. Oh, that's a really good idea. Wait, why did I not just look in the yeah, I can just look in the we can just look at the scripts. That's smart. That's not internal. You're not internal with Twitter. Web Legacy. Main.js. Yeah, that's a good idea. So we'll just search in here for user by REST ID. Oh, there's a prettify here, is there not? This does. Prettify this. How do you get yours to be pretty? Online JavaScript beautify. Right. Paste in that huge beautify code. It's written in JavaScript. It took forever. Oh, we have all the feature switches there too. That's cool. That's really slow. Create a new file called main.js. This thing needs to be okay, not. Yo, for Ross, man, he's everywhere. Plugin, Prettify, VS Code, Prettify, JS. Beautify a JavaScript file on save. Search for beautify. Oh, I need this. Configuration file, no! Command Shift P. Command Shift P. Pretty fun. Create configuration file? No. JavaScript. I don't understand. Using command. A format document. Oh god. Format document. There are multiple formatters for the JavaScript. One of them should be configured. Alright, doing something. There's a bar there. Did this prettify my JavaScript? I don't know what editor you're using. Live streaming myself coding had to suck for the viewer. What if the encrypted responses in protobufs? Oh, what's this? Elephant Bird is Twitter's open source library of LVO, script, and a protocol buffer related Hadoop printer format. Okay, well good. Scala sounds more fun and hardcore. We'll do a little Scala. Oh, to prettify. Oh, press the button. Oh, yo, let's go. I Everybody's wasting so much time. Let's go. Let's go in here. Okay. Press this button. Oh, that was so boss. Bro, I'm gonna like that tweet. Yo, Yaroslav coming through with the legit. Yo, this shows you I don't know anything about the front end, right? Alright. Oh, user by REST ID. Oh, look, this is so nice. Bros, who wants to send user by screen name? Let's go. Let's go. We're elite Twitter hackers, boys. We're elite Twitter hackers. User by screen. Now, let's do that. I'm not gonna bitch and be like, yo, but you can't use that because you're not sending the right thing. Oh, you're gonna send the right thing. Variable screen name has an invalid value. Alright, well, let's use screen name. Screen name is Real George Hotz. Is that gonna be me? Oh, look at that. Wait. Now, does this API give us elite super user access where we can see banned people? Twitter suspends accounts that violate the Twitter rules. I'm sorry, real Donald Trump. You still can't be accessed, even through the API. Yo, how nice is that, though? All right, look. We got all this stuff. Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, look at this. This is the elite list. All right, let's just copy and paste this list. This list looks so useful. Ooh, moderate tweet. Can we moderate other people? Can we edit tweets? Bro, did we just find the secret edit button? Copy and paste this. Oh, we want stuff to be ad-free? We might be able to do that. Okay, so we found the secret Twitter API. You know, they talk about how there's a secret good open pilot? Well, that's not real, but the secret good Twitter API exists. Alright, let's just call this API.js and paste that there. Cool. Prettier was a scam. Alright, what do we want to know? I'm going to filter all just the ones that use the word operation name, because that's all we care about, right? There's probably a place to use that, but let's just look through and see if there's anything cool. Check tweet nudge, community by REST ID, community reorder rules. Community. Oh, this is the secret Twitter API, guys. Secret Twitter API. Wait a second. Bros! Wait. Should we downvote a tweet? Create tweet downvote. I wonder how that works. Retweet, delete scheduled tweet. DM new edit draft tweet, edit scheduled tweet. Doesn't look like we can edit a normal tweet. Followers. What else we got? We can see noteworthy accounts. Continue reply. Okay, that's we can roll coupon. We can remove a follower. Should we remove a follower? Follower to be boost mode settings, that's good. Edit history, Twitter article delete. Alright, you know what? I just want operation names. I know. Wait, what am I thinking? You guys, have I spent my life in the text editor for so long that I forgot how to grep? Shame on me. Let's grep. Grep. Yeah, now we're talking. We'll put that into API on.js. Yeah, here we go. Oh, look, that's so much nicer. Want to even throw that through sort? Let's throw that through sort. Sort. Guys, I love pipes. I love the command line. All right. Ooh, Birdwatch. Create appeal. favorite means the same thing as like. Likes. Unmoderate tweet. Can I moderate tweets? I can moderate. Well, this is the secret Twitter API. The secret Twitter API. Alright, let's go back to where we were. Thank you by the way, to those people who sent me that. I'm gonna be right back. Alright, we have 1,300 viewers. That's good. Encrypted response. It's not encrypted, it just looks like nothing. Like it's just the version. This query ID thing doesn't seem like it's really anything. GraphQL introspection. Ooh. Okay. GraphQL allows us to do this. What? By querying the schema field. Always available on the root type of a query. So what if I go schema? Probably help if I like understood what GraphQL was.
An ally has been.
Should I search for noobs? Sometimes it does for noobs. Do I put schema here? I don't know, I'm just guessing. I don't think any of this is right. I don't know how GraphQL works. Oh, what is this? Type name user? So we should. Elon's first commit is changing tab space from 2 to 3. Yo, if they use 3 spaces, I'm out. I'm out. I can't work at a company that uses 3 spaces. That's impossible. It's pronounced GIF. Imagine if George was down to be a technical co-founder. Why would I found a company with someone non-technical, right? Does he have access to a code base? No, I don't know shit. Yet another Elon fan. Would like to see you get root and replace the blue check with an icon determined by an hourly Twitter feed. You get root. We have you live stream to Twitter. You gotta be elite like me. Oh yeah, I don't know React. I mean, whatever, man. You know, it's like one of those. You can figure anything out. Look at that. I mean, there's a rat in the thing there. That's cool. 400 bad requests. If you ask me, I didn't want to know that. Okay. What were we gonna do? Oh yeah, we were just talking in general about that. Okay, they have 400 billion events going to Apache Kafka. Going to events in real time. There's my source we can see data from, using different kinds of storage systems. I already read this. Kafka topics, event processor, cloud. Did they really just move everything to Bigtable and data flow? How do you do this? Kafka topic events to pub sub topics with at least one segment. A lot of this Apache stuff is like deep in the Java land. We wrote our own pipeline at Comma too because I was sick of the complexity of all of this. We have like a dead simple pipeline. And then, we wrote this thing. I wrote this thing at the end of last year called mini-ray. Mini-ray is like array, but mini. And just uses our existing pipeline. It's basically like, you can run a chunk of pipeline code across the whole Common Compute cluster, like, nicely. I was pretty happy with that. I spent like a month writing garbage, and then like I wrote that, and it was 100 lines, and it was good. Alright. Let's do a few Scala tutorials and then we'll call the night. Alright. Hacker rank Scala. Scala maybe. View all skills. Scala. Gotta learn Scala, guys. Basic. View all skills. Gotta create an account. I'm here to prepare for job interviews. I'm a working professional. I've been a professional developer for more than 10 years. I have my interview in a week. What about tomorrow? Okay. Guys, okay. Alright. Print hello world. I'll make this big. No, we can't use closure, guys. We gotta use Scala. Scala. Okay. Def F print ln hello world. Submit code. Did I pass? I think I passed. Okay, next challenge. Let's go. Oh, print hello world n times. Oh no. Okay. The object solution extends app. This will be the outline of your function body. Okay. Do I put this inside the object that solution that extends app? Def F is it int? Okay, maybe we should read some Scala code first. Is buzz Scala. Okay, wait. Okay, guys, I don't know if I'm allowed. I'm cheating right now. I'm cheating in my interview right now. I'm using this. So we're gonna try it. Okay. People are like, oh, George doesn't actually know Scala. No one's gonna respect me at Twitter. Alright. So we need to do a for loop. So we're going to do for I equals 0 to n. We gotta print many hello worlds. Hello world. How do I print things again in Scala? Print ln hello world. Alright, did I write good Scala? Uh-oh. I did not write good Scala. Expected output, and what did my thing output? No, wait. Unlock this test case for 5 hackos. Compiler message, wrong answer. Oh, is it because Scala is one of those languages? Alright, guys. I didn't use any hackos. Great. I didn't use any hackos. Okay. Given a list, repeat each element in the list n amount of times. Okay. Uh-oh. Where's my template? Wow, we got viewers. Alright, people are liking the Scala tutorial. People are like watching me not be good at Scala. Okay. This will be the outline of your function body. Oh. Okay. For I. Oh no, don't tell me, wait. Can we install Scala on my thing so I can like play around a little bit? Can I get like a Scala prompt? Brew install Scala. Brew install Scala. JVM based. Oh, great. Everything good's built on the JVM, man. Alright, so how do I use Scala? Maybe we should do some Scala tutorials. Is Twitter really written in Scala, or am I being trolled? Scala School started as a lectures to prepare experienced engineers to become productive Scala programmers. Oh, look at this! The first few weeks will cover basic syntax and concepts. Bro, I need something tonight. Tonight? Oh, good. Alright. Great. I'm glad that it depends on... Oh my god, we're installing X11. The result of the expression. Hey, we already did 2 hacker ranks, okay? So we're these hacker rank scholars. You can create functions with def. Well, that would have been nice to know before I didn't fail at creating functions. Create a knowledge. Hurry! Controlling the first parameter and partially apply the second. What if I just don't do that? What if I just set it like that? Oh, you can't. Curried add. Wait, what? It's installing Python 3.11? Is that the new Python? Or is Python 3.12 out? Oh, Python 3.12 is out. Oh my god, guys, we're installing the whole world here, guys. All right, 2,000 viewers. Let's go. Curried functions. Effective Scala. Oh, well, okay, there's no such thing as effective Scala. That's good. Scala line documentation or in Scala. Install Scala on your computer. The SBT build tool. Is this done yet? No, it's not done. We have to pour the add Weta icon theme. come back to here. Now that we've learned Scala, let's apply what we've learned. Okay, how do we get the length of an array? Basics continued. Lists, maps. Okay. Numbers, array. Lists, preserve order. Are these lists? Yes, they're lists. Okay. Good. Scala probably wants us to use a map here. Functional combinators. Zip, partition. Oh, flatten. Okay. I think we got this. All right. A flat map. Sick, bro. That's exactly what we want. Okay. I'm going to write this as a Scala one-liner because we're elite programmers. Ready? Oh, if this works. Okay. ARR.flatMap. Wait, hang on. Let's just figure out what we have to do here. The outline of your function body. Fill in the blank part. Okay. What's num? S is the number of times you need to repeat the elements. Okay. So we're going to do ARR.flatMap. Lists. Okay, so it's being called with this. I assume we just do nothing. So we need to like multiply it. I don't really know how to do that. Well, okay, hang on. What if I say X is not a list, but I can create a list? Can I not? Okay, hang on. Man, if I just wrote something good, it would have been mad Scala skills, but you know, I don't have mad Scala skills. Okay. Flatten. We need to do a flat map, but we want like in Python it would just be this, but it's not Python. Scala list, Scala insert multiple. Nope. Okay, maybe we need a loop. Is a for loop something that we can like? There was some of those in those examples I read. No, where are the examples? Scala loop. Scala for loop. Okay. There's other ways to do this though. Scala range array is what I really want. Okay, create an array with range. Great. Oh, there's something called range. I mean, okay, this is a bit of a hack, but I think we can do range 1.num map x returns num. Okay, let's see. Run code. Compilation error. Error not found. Value range. Oh, we need to import array underscore. Wrong answer. But it's almost the right answer. We just outputted, oh, no. We don't want num there. We want y implies x. So let's go. Is this some Scala shit? All right, come on. Okay, wrong answer. Your output. Expected output. Okay, that's the input. Your output. 1, 1, 2, 2. Maybe we have to put 0 there? I don't know if that's inclusive with num or not. No, it's not inclusive. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, buddy. Let's go. Yo, if that works. Yo, who's the king of Scala? This guy. That's right. King of Scala, man. I'm ready to go be a... Guys, I'm kidding. You know, don't worry. I'm not really that arrogant, guys. No, don't worry. Okay. For hackers using Scala. All right. Well, we're a hacker using Scala. This will be the outline of your function body. Okay. your own implementation of a filter function. We recommend not using the inbuilt library function. Well, let's see what Scala School tells me. Filter. Ooh, this looks good. Let's use filter. Okay. We want to filter things that are less than X. So let's just use, I don't care what you recommend. We're just going to say arr.filter. And then we filter X. We filter it if, let's try to do this, delim filter, we want to return true. So why 1, 2, and 0 are the list elements. Oh, they're less than 3. They're displayed in the order they were in the original list. Okay. We want to know if X is less than delim. Does that work? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. All right, these are getting too easy, guys. We need some more Scala. We need some more complicated Scala. Let's go. Am I good? Am I ready to pass a Twitter interview? Can I write FizzBuzz? Maps can be thought of as lists of pairs of functions. All right. Oh, I think we're done. There's not even another one. Guys, we finished Scala. Okay, great. We've written everything we need. Oh, these kind of look hard. Oh, we have Scala now. Is it SBF?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
SBT, close. SBT, not fun. Scala. That's what I know SBT. 1 plus 1. Yo, that took a long time, guys. See how long that 1 plus 1 took? Oh, bar name equals Steve. Res 3. Cool. Oh, Scala. Alright, good. I think we're good on Scala. That's probably all the Scala we need to know. Alright. Yo, we have so many people here. I don't know if we should leave the live stream, but it's getting close to my bedtime. Let's read through the timeline and see what we got. Let me drag this over here. This reminds me when I was trying to reverse GraphQL code with Hinai using common letters. Amazing things are happening, but the media will be silent. Bro, who's the media? When you want to know about the FTX story, you can go to the New York Times, or you can go to Autism Capital, who tells you everything about it. That's on perspective. Try that. Full thread on learning Scala. Well, Scala School is top 1. Should make a timeline way back machine on Urbit and yeah, here we go. Relevant content. Best thing for me. Thank you. Glue install. I get the joke. Reload VS Code. Oh, I see. Format document. Yeah, sorry. GraphQL client. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Finally, somebody fix the light. Thank you. Doge. Thank you for that guy. I'm sure I can we look at that. Swirl. Some NFTs. Those are for persisted queries. Oh. How do you go live on Twitter? You gotta be elite. Thank you. I'm glad you're entertained. I'm just reading Twitter. I mean, you guys are probably reading Twitter too. Elon Musk, come watch. Is he watching? No, he's got better things to do than watch the stream. I hope. What's the code editor I'm using? Oh, great. Okay. Okay, nothing too great. I am interested in the quote tweets still. Oh boy, I will miss this place. Twitter stream on Twitter, exposing Twitter code. Guys, I don't have any special access. All right. We learned Scala. That was pretty good. Let's think a little bit more about the back end. And then we'll wrap this up by 11. I'm sure you guys all have jobs, which you drive to in person tomorrow. So the Scala thing was a diversion, but it did get a lot of views, and that's what matters. Yeah, you gotta do it for the people. Okay. So Hadoop and alternative features hardware. It seems like they moved everything. It seems like they moved everything to Google Cloud. Interesting. I mean, yo, Elon, here's where the real money is gonna come, right? See, I'm gonna work for 12 weeks and then I'm gonna be like, well, I could lower the Google Cloud bill by $25 million, right? Look, honestly, and I'll say this, I'm gonna say the same thing to at my interview. Elon lost how many billions on this? It's not what it's about, right? I'm here to help people if I can. But, I'm not here to help the cause forever. But I think it's kind of like, some people go out and like canvass for a political party. That's kind of how I see this. Look, if I can be useful. If I can't be useful, I don't know. Maybe I get the Twitter and it turns out that it's almost the people really know what they're doing. It's honestly not that useful. I don't know Scala. I come to Scala. I'm not that familiar with all of these really big distributed backend systems. I don't know React. But I can do what I can. I figure things out pretty fast. And again, it's about the cost. It's about the cause, just like free speech. It's something that's very important. There's not much in the world that's really important. A lot of things but this kind of isn't, right? Because then it's one of many things. It's always going to be like an ebb and flow, right? It's always a cat and mouse game. There's always the people who want to make, want to restrict speech and who want to make speech free. And the internet kind of goes back and forth, but I felt that the internet's really kind of sucked for the last 10 years. Or at least it's gone downhill. Maybe not even the last 10 years, maybe it's really been like the last 5. And I think this is something that could potentially really reverse that. If I can help, come down to if I'm useful, transfer in Manhattan using RocksDB. I think RocksDB is something kind of like LevelDB. Persistent key value storage. Manhattan is Twitter's internally developed key value store. It is the default storage solution at Twitter for persisting real-time service. It's used to serve all core nouns. It's interesting right there. Like look, just you can tell a lot by like their terminology, right? Like there's nouns. That's actually a really cool way to think about it, right? Like nouns and verbs. Data transfer between storage machines is a typical process. When we started okay, yeah, they talk about, they have these custom storage engines, but I don't think RocksDB is multi-computer. I think it's just one computer. So it's interesting. It almost seems like Manhattan is backed by RocksDB now, which is cool. Yeah, they had these custom storage engines. So I would imagine that Manhattan now has a RocksDB storage engine. I remember reading about these in one of their engineering blog posts. Yeah, Manhattan had 2 read-write storage engines. This one, a read one, and a write one. Key tree is implemented as a MySQL plugin. A pluggable storage engine. Table storage engine. Tunable amplification.
An enemy has been slain.
Cool. Write amplification is also done. It's also done by Flash. You know, if your Flash is like really full, you have a lot of write amplification that moves around. Our head of infrastructure, Tom, is always talking about. He loves talking about like the lifetime of these SSDs and stuff. We only ever had one group. I don't think I can get into that. But, we kickstarted evaluation of RocksDB as a new storage engine. It's also LSM based. Oh, no, I kind of know this. With confidence that it could match RocksDB storage engine. Great. Manhattan is a multi-tenant system that has a single cluster shared by multiple applications and data sets. Okay, cool. So it seems like it's this big distributed... Twitter Manhattan's not open source, right? I wonder why not. Moving from a monolith to a microservice migrating to multiple data sets using Cassandra instead of monolith. Okay, but it seems like most things. So I bet you most of these queries that we're doing are just hitting. So there's this thing Manhattan, which sits in front, and then in the back end there's a RocksDB. Right? And RocksDB is a lot like LevelDB, if I recall correctly. I used it once. So this is like multi-machine, and this is single machine. Again, a lot of these things can be sharded. So if you to serve, okay, so all core nouns. So when we're getting nouns, like when I run that, when I run the script here, which gets the noun of me, right? Here, like that's like the George Hopps noun. I would assume that it's hitting Manhattan and then Rocksteady, right? So there's probably some cache in front of it, and maybe we can try to get some insight into what that actually is. Let's throw some V's. Oh, this is the big curl again. I don't want the big curl. Little curl. And throw it in the depth. Okay. So can we figure out what server this is? Here's the response from server. TSAA. So TSAA, say like this is like front end, Manhattan, multi-machine, and this is determining which machine that the George Hotz thing is actually located on, and then it's sending that. There might be some caching layer in here, right? So usually you throw a caching layer after you let it run, so you don't have to hit the database if I make the same request over and over again. Response tab. Bouncer compliant. TSAA. How do I disable HTTP2? Maybe I can. Oh.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Tell curl to accept. Oh, there we go. At least this one's wow, I didn't know there was HTTP3. Okay, criminal cache, blah blah blah, JSON. Wow, that was pretty good. Okay, and then like, let's go back here. Like, is it all that stuff? When I like load this, what's actually loading the timeline? And then is it actually requesting for each? I feel like not all the stuff showing up. It's my JavaScript. I don't understand. Clearly not everything is here. Oh, does this show up as part of tweet detail? It might. Authorization denied by access control? Oh, I can click there and format. Oh, that's nice. Yo, by the way, whoever showed me that, thank you. I love that. I don't understand. Okay, why is something's filtering here? Because it says 26 out of what's that? Why is it not showing all the requests? This is where I like having the live Chrome network isn't showing all requests, because then everyone in the logs is just streaming at me. The filter is red, which means there's something in the filter search box that doesn't match any of the results. I just can't see the search. Oh, I have the word API in here. Oh, that's dumb. Okay, there we go. And here's the JavaScript being loaded at the beginning. Oh, that's great. I can't believe I just put the word API in there. Okay, so here's all that JavaScript being loaded. Whatever these client events are, I think they're being blocked by my ad block. Guide.json. Oh, that's the trending calls. Sorry, if I have to get this, you guys definitely can't see. Guide.json seems like a decent part of the API. Let's see if we can find any documentation on it. Trigger API. Alright, well. Yes. Alright, so it seems like this authorization guest token thing's been around for a long time. I wonder what guide is. They don't tell you. Even if I could speak Japanese, I don't think it goes into Alright guys, it's 11 o'clock. It's my bedtime. If you don't watch, I stream on Twitch frequently, but you know, I figured it was more appropriate to do this stream on Twitter. Make me big. My name is George Hotz. I stream, I tweet. Oh man, I don't know. Like, first work can be his grave. Ode to the Night Rats Club. Maybe I should go listen to it. Yeah, thank you for watching. Hopefully I'll be in turn Twitter, and I'll see what I can do to help the cause. You know, I'm a old school internet guy. I want the internet to be as free for you know, my children as it was for me. Right? So we can do that. So, that's it. All right. Thank you all for watching. Have a good night. Bye.
Has been slain.
Riot just changed Tahm Kench again. Let's get into it. So you might remember that about 2 weeks ago, I posted a video about Riot making some changes to Tahm Kench that were a little strong. Let's go over them quickly and then I'll get into the new changes because there's now even more. Passive damage now scales with AP, QAP ratio increased, WAP ratio increased, the R shield now decays by 200 per second, and the R damage AP ratio is increased by 2%. Now for all of the new changes. Q heal health ratio increased from 3 to 5%, missing HP to 5 to 7%. E damage storer's grey health increased from 13 to 45% to 15 to 47%. E damage store as grey health near multiple enemies increased from 40 to 50% to 42 to 50%. Season 13 is looking more and more like a tank meta, I'm gonna be honest, but let me know what you think in the comments below, and to see more upcoming league changes, click the video on your screen.
Hey everyone and welcome to another video. Coach Curtis here, and today we're talking about improving game sense and intuition. In League, as you all know, we need to make a series of very fast, quick decisions, especially relating to skirmishes. So here's just a random example of a Baron call from someone from the Midland Academy, one of my clients. And he got 1 or 2 picks, and if you were in this game, in this situation, and you paused it, what would you do? Would you play to finish the Baron? Would you play to turn? Would you play to disengage? What would you do? Now, obviously, we don't have the luxury of just like pausing and sitting here thinking there for 30 seconds to a minute. In the game, you've got to make this decision in, 2-3 seconds tops. Some of you watching this would have been basically instantaneously be able to identify, okay, we have a very slow Baron, so playing to finish Baron probably doesn't make that much sense. Some of you would have just, said, okay, I kind of want to turn, but I don't really know how, so maybe they have half the picture. Some of you would have just been completely lost and they have no idea, and they basically follow the call of anyone else on their team and would have got ace like this Akali here. And that's completely fine. But today we're going to be talking about refining this sort of decision making and how to improve this sort of decision making. The ability to identify why a given fight goes well or poor, and even more importantly, why a fight or decision in the game is worth committing to or not on the fly, is a crucial skill to develop in League, especially when climbing from Platinum 2 to Challenger. But how does one actually improve upon the ability to determine what makes a good or bad fight for your champion in the moment? Well, essentially what we're talking about here is improving game sense and improving intuition. And because League is a game that is played so fast with so many decisions, you cannot possibly use your prefrontal cortex, the logical thinking part of your brain, to make all of the decisions in the game. I believe personally that when you watch a pro player, watching Worlds recently with Zika or Fake or whatever, they're making roughly 85 to 90% of their decisions with pure intuition and muscle memory. They're not really thinking all that much. So in the case of this video, how would I define intuition? Well, I like to think of intuition as knowing what to do without consciously thinking about it, made only possible by pattern recognition from similar past experiences. Colin Galen, a competitive programmer, released a video going deep on how he uses intuition to solve hard programming problems. In his video, he talks about the idea that you can't solely rely on intuition unless the problem is simple enough. Quote, he believes you need to work with intuition, not rely on it. But I believe in League, the majority of situations we encounter are so simple that with enough repetition, nearly all of the major decisions can and should be made with intuition or intuitively, at least at the highest level. Now, note, I do recommend checking out his video. I'll link the video in the description below. It's a really good follow-up video, especially if you're interested in this topic. Now, for example, if I've played 700 games of Victor mid lane with intensity across the past 3 seasons, chances are I know a lot about my limits in the majority of 2v2, 3v3s, 4v4s, and just overall team fights. But how exactly does this manifest? What does this look like? How does my intuition manifest? It actually manifests via feeling. Feelings are kind of broken by concept. They're overpowered in League of Legends. A classic example of a feeling you will get in League is via the concept of threat. Any immobile mage player or an immobile AD carry player has a heightened sense of perceived threat. Here in this clip, I feel scared to walk up. I feel threatened. I feel in danger. Even though I don't see anyone, nor am I taking any damage, I just know that walking up here is dangerous. This is what intuitive decisions are like. You get a feeling about what decision to make based off past experiences, or ideally past painful experiences. Intuition and quote-unquote feel extend past that of threat though. We feel the rhythm of minions dying. We feel the rhythm of objectives being taken. We feel the potential play coming from the enemy based off subconscious pattern recognition. How did Gumayusi steal so many objectives at Worlds? You tell me. I'm sure, yes, the team did mess up there, especially with the Callista, but you get the point. But now for some very important caveats. Yes, this is one of the main reasons you need to get bulk games in. This is actually one of the main reasons pro players in the past and still to this day play thousands of solo queue games, apart from NA, of course, right? We're just talking about the real regions, Korea, EU, and stuff like that. I know you guys from NA are going to absolutely roast me here, but you get the point. They understand intuitively that by spamming a metric ton of games over the course of years will lead to increased sophistication of intuition, kind of like sharpening a knife over time, year in, year out. But this is where things get dangerous. Playing League with low intensity or low care of results only leads to worsened intuition. Think of kind of like blunting a knife. You can very easily delude yourself into believing one thing when in reality the opposite is true. For example, you believe you did the right thing, so you blame your support, when in reality it was actually your fault all along. There are many players that I've known that spam thousands of games every season, but only to be stuck in Diamond 4 or Diamond 1 for years. Why do some players make it out and others don't? Well, this is a large discussion for another video, but one of the traits I believe is curiosity and an obsession to find the truth. This is where reviewing really comes into play. So the real question is, how can we improve upon intuition effectively? Well, I have been a big believer in using feeling as a guiding tool. Let's say you had a feeling or an intuition that you win a particular mid-jungle team. So in the game, you take the mid-jungle team and you win. Well, from this point, there are 3 potential options. Number 1, you don't review it at all, believing that you know what went wrong, and you just move on to the next game. And let's assume in this case that the assumption about what went wrong was actually correct. This is obviously amazing if done well because, you're obviously saving a lot of time. You've been able to kind of quickly review it in your mind, you know that the decision you made was correct, and you can just move on. But let's say, option 2, you don't review it, you believe that you know what went wrong, but you move on to the next game, but in reality you were wrong without even realizing it. Well, this is the worst case scenario and leads to serious mental blocks, plateaus, toxic narratives, everything. Right? And this is actually the main reason why a lot of people get stuck at a certain rank, especially with high diamond players or low master players. They believe that they made the right decision, but can't bring themselves to review the actual moment and see how they continue with the situation. And there's obviously the third option, which is you review it with the intention to find the truth, to consolidate a feeling with logic. And let's expand on this a little bit more, because this is a very important point. In League, I believe you can understand something from 2 fundamental ways. Number 1, logically and intellectually. For example, you watch an LS video and by holding waves is good in the side lane in a particular situation, you exit the video thinking, yep, that makes sense, I get that now. Or you can understand something emotionally or intuitively. For example, you actually do plays that work without really knowing why they work. And this is actually a very, very common thing. You'd be surprised at how common this is. I get many clones coming to the Mid-Lane Academy. They say, well, Curtis, I got to Diamond 2. I don't actually really know why I'm Diamond 2. I just have a lot of Chen 1. I play Echo, I have a lot of feel for the champion, I make a lot of plays. I don't know if they're good, I don't know if they're bad, but I got to Diamond 2. That's a very, very common thing to happen because we are pushed to play the game, spam games, and reviewing and making sense of things isn't really that common, I would say. Now, this ties into the greatest divide of the League community. So let's label them, number 1, Reddit lovers, and number 2, solo queue goblins. So this is a bit of an oversimplification, but you're going to see where I'm coming from here. So essentially, Reddit lovers are people that love browsing browsing a new League release. They watch hours and hours of educational content without playing League. They can break down why an item is mathematically correct to do. They love the macro, competitive play, communication aspect of things. And as you can see, I'm obviously taking the piss a little bit, but you get the point. TLDR, they think a lot about the game without playing the game. They understand things logically without having an emotional attachment to the concept, without a feel of the concept. And then you get the solitude goblins. These are the people that have played thousands of games without thinking, season in, season out. And they generally actually have some pretty good intuitions or instincts about many things in the game. Like they know their damage output, their threat assessment is a lot better, their feel of game pace, how to adapt to situations is a lot better. But because of their lack of understanding, they struggle with consistency and they don't have the ability to break down why things fundamentally work the way they do. And generally they have shorter attention spans, dopamine enthusiasts, never review games, etc., etc. But you know, again, this is an oversimplification, but you get the point. So the point I'm trying to make here is that you don't really want to fall directly into one of these categories. You want to ideally find the balance. Like you want to be a solo queue goblin redditor, ideally. You know, a player that has a sophisticated feel of the game, but also has the ability to break down why things work the way they do. But how exactly do you do this? Well, this is tying back to my previous point, and the best way to do so is to follow this process. Number 1, play a game. Number 2, go to the moments in the review that left you feeling uncomfortable, or left you feeling like something was off. Maybe it was a lost fight, maybe it was a moment you felt lost in the game, or you felt confused, or you felt like you were really far behind in tempo, or something was going on. Then, you bring it up in the review and you attempt to break down why the play felt the way it did. Kind of rationalize the feeling. So in the review, you ask yourself, what actually happened? Actually start with what the hell actually happened? Then, was my feeling justified or correct? Remembering that your intuition isn't always accurate. Remember, the intuition it's a really good guideline, but sometimes it's not correct. We need to make sure that our intuition and our feel of the moment is correct. You might feel that there's nothing you can do in a particular situation, but that's actually not the case. And a classic example of that, you might feel that you're under a lot of pressure, but you failed to realize that the enemy had used all their cooldowns on the way, or had no mana. That's a classic example. And the last question I like to ask myself is, how should I have been interpreting this situation and why? So let's actually use this process. So this was a game I played recently, and something felt off with it. I didn't really know exactly what was off. It just felt like a moment worth repeating, right? And so first things first, when I'm going to a moment like this, I'll just play it out, like I said here. First question you always say is, what actually happened? So I try to get an objective view of what happened. So here in this moment, I thought me and Warwick could 1v2, and I thought that I should like actually hold my E. I didn't really know how to use my E in this situation, and ended up holding it way too long, missing my Q3, and ended up on 1v2. So that's kind of like a rough perspective of what actually happened. So then I'll say to myself, how did I feel, and was my feeling correct or justified, right? Because remember, my intuition isn't always correct. Well, in this situation, I just felt for some reason that I should hold my E, and especially I've been learning Yone, and one of the things I've been learning is sometimes holding E very rather than just rushing it at the start. And I think the reason I felt like that is that I felt like, yeah, there were times in the past where I rushed it, and they escaped, and I've left my jungler to try to finish off the person by themselves, and then end up dying. So I think that's kind of why I felt like that was the case. And also, I just genuinely didn't know how to approach it. I haven't really versed myself yet as Yone, so there was that as well. So then the last question is, well, how should I really be interpreting this situation and consolidating my feeling with actual logic? Well, looking at it again, I think the way I should have been interpreting this is that I need to use my E to avoid some sort of damage here. So I need to be avoiding something. So here, I need to be avoiding this Q3 in a second. I need to be avoiding that, or avoiding kiting out in some way, shape, or form with my E. But I didn't at all. So I think I actually should have used my E here. I should have used my E here. And then that would have allowed me to stay on top of her, and then I could have gone in safely with my Q3 and then disengaged, allowed Warwick to buy more time, come back in, and then I would have been a lot healthier. So here, my feeling was actually off. My feeling was incorrect. My feeling in terms of holding E wasn't correct. So this is a great little bit of learning for me that I can take moving forward into my future situations. And so all we're trying to do here is consolidate the feeling we had with actual logic. Once the two combine, we bring them together. Then, not only then, do we truly understand a topic or a situation. Now, obviously, this is easier said than done, and hence why coaching is very important for speeding up the learning journey, because they can help you break down these specific situations. And one thing I pride myself on is within the MLA community, is everyone there to help each other through this whole review process. But this is where I could also segue into my feel like coaches have a huge advantage in teaching ability if they are active high elo players, because they can understand the problems from both a feeling and logical perspective. Hence why I try to finish Challenger every season, even though it's not really a smart move for me financially. Now, given how little people manage to find this balance between feel and logic, you would assume that there are some pretty large roadblocks that are present preventing people from doing this, and your assumptions are correct. So here are just a few, just to name a few. I mean, there's many, but this is just the core ones. Number 1, the ego is very good at getting in the way, and this is the biggest downfall for high diamond, low master players especially. If a situation felt right for them or felt correct to them, it's easier to blame others. It's easier just to call it an auto loss. It's easier just to move on to the next game. For them to confront the situation, take responsibility, and see how they contributed to the problem would require them to admit to themselves that their initial intuition was incorrect. And given what we know about the fragility of gamers' egos, and given that a lot of players' self-worth, unfortunately, is attached to their performance in game, you can see how this creates a giant roadblock for them to overcome. Because it's like, well, if my self-worth is attached to the game, than my performance in the game, and my performance really isn't that good. That's attacking my self-worth. So it becomes this very toxic cycle where you really have to break it down, and that person sometimes has to hit rock bottom and then rebuild themselves. The second one, protecting narratives that have served them well in the past. The classic narrative that actually acts as a double-edged sword is the quote-unquote, I am better than everyone. Right? I'm better than everyone mentality. This is an extremely powerful narrative for climbing, especially when you're a young person. It allows you to play with the utmost confidence with no hesitation. But when someone comes along that is genuinely better than you, it makes it really difficult for you to break down what actually happened, leading to a whole host of defense mechanisms like flaming others, blaming meta, riot matchmaking, teammates, etc., etc. You see this a lot where someone relies on talent and just playing thousands of games. They get to a level, wherever the talent takes them. It could be Diamond 1, it could be Master, it could be D4, it could be GM, it could be Low Challenger. But there's always a plateau point. And where that plateau point comes in for these people, they get stuck there for a long period of time. Well, not all, but a lot of them. Because again, they built this really beautiful self-serving narrative that again acts as a double-edged sword, hurting their ability to really get into the details, but at the same time allowing them to play with confidence. You can see how that gets very sticky.
Bottom first.
So to end the video, I'll leave you with a few very practical things you can do to speed up the refinement of the game sense, of your game sense and intuition. Number one, look at the game from the enemy's perspective. So like I said, you can get a lot of value in watching plays from the enemy's perspective. So this is again me playing Yone. Graves is on top of me here. I'm trying to camp around the corner and actually try to kill this guy. And you'll see in a second, I end up Q3ing, whipping my art, so I thought that my Q3 would land, but I have to flash out and disengage. Right? So this is, a classic skirmish error. There are many ways I could have played it differently, but that was my feeling.
I have 2 smites actually, so I used one right away just to kind of trick him. And I meant to save this one, but it's taken a little while.
Let's imagine I'm Graves, right? How would I play this if I was Graves? Well, first things first, he's probably feeling pressured to make the captain move. He doesn't really know where. Second thing, he knows I have Q3, so he knows he's holding E in reaction to my Q3. It's very obvious, especially when I kind of stop a turn there, that I'm likely going to turn around with Q3, especially since I haven't rushed it and used it to escape. He knows there's a possibility of me turning with that Q3. So if I was Graves, I would also hold my E here because I need to hold my E to avoid that Q3. So then the next level is, okay, if I know as Graves that I would hold my E here, then I have 2 options. I could kite out a little bit more and wait for my team because my Karma and War is collapsing, or I could actually Q3 flash, get the knock up into a chase to see with R and actually kill that way. Either could potentially work. But in a lot of these situations, a lot of people struggle to understand what the best play is because they're failing to put themselves in the shoes of the enemy. What would I do if I were the Graves? Why would I fundamentally make a decision? What would my mindset be if I was the Graves?
If he uses his W,
these are all very good points to ask and really expand your game and thereby improving your overall intuition and feel. Number 2, long-term champ pool cycling. This is the idea I covered deep on my previous video entitled I Was Wrong About Champion Pools. Highly recommend giving this one a watch. And lastly, curiosity rather than accepting something for what it is. Following your feelings. Be curious. Get perspectives from others. Yes, do a time and experience.
I distracted him while he's trying to get that kill.
Does bring about his skill set, but all the above other tools speed up the process massively. Remember, intuition is a guide. It puts you in the right direction, but it does not solve the problem. Hopefully this helps.
Oh, he's all this shit on there.
Good luck with your solve.
Oh, he healed. Whatever. We got his ultimate. We can take Herald now. Rengar ulted and there are no bushes by Herald, so it's kind of hard for him to contest it. Probably killed Chase. You pinked, then we're done. Dodge the Q. Oh damn, I missed my Q though. That's the knockback he's got, which is good for like fiddle ult. Malzahar ult. Why is there a pink there? What? Just cleared his top side, so I feel like he'll be bot next. But there's not really a gank bottom, there's more of a gank top. The ult backwards performance. Get wrecked. should probably herald it because play Celestial. And we can charm him just to get him away from it. Okay, he's dead after that. Nice. I should not hit that. I need to get health back by going Demon Shade. Bottom's getting wrecked, bro. I should buy for that. Wait, did he really take these? Did bottom take them? Have enough for both? Yeah. Nice. I'll do one of these. There we go. Ringer has ult. I'll be around dragon because I think he doesn't want to lose it. Probably gonna ult from down here. There's a pink in that bush, so I can't really sneak up to support them. Did Rengar show yet? Not yet. Guess that's Lane ult. Oh man, all these fucking tree-bops. I should. There's the Rengar ult. I knew it. These two are always together. At least we can get the top tower. Gonna lose Dragon though. Unless she's got TP. No, she doesn't run TP. I would get 2 towers for Dragon. Yeah, Vlad's super hard to kill because the lower HP is, the more lifesteal he gets. Rengar's soloing that if he is on it because Vlad didn't stay. So you can definitely contest it if you go. Nope, gone. I mean, I don't mind tier 2 mid for that, that's fine. What is it, Cloud Drag? Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Swain is fat. Does he have ult? He used it already, I think. His support has way more kills than the ADC. I mean, I could kill Jin, but he's 1 in 5. I'd rather get the support. Let's see. I don't think he stayed. No, I got seen by the pink ward. Definitely didn't stay. It's got him. The support is down. We should go get Herald before he does.
kind of want to save this pink for Rengar ult because it's about to be up again. Now he can't sneak up on me. They got the pink ward between us. Oh, so far up, please. Ah. Oh wow, that actually hit me. Whoa, wait, why are we playing this? Hold on, we've got people here. Nice hook. This fish is awesome. Nice. Oh, what that did? Oh, he ulted the wrong guy there. That's about to be so cool. Oh man, what? What is going on down there? We have to let him pounce, it doesn't matter if we see him or not. Unless you can stun him or something, but I don't have time to let Charm fill up. But it's nice that we see him so you can target your abilities first. Alright. That's our fire dragon. Don't do anything stupid. Just take it. What are we doing? We're being stupid. Oh man. Vlad's gonna 1v5 us. Oh, she doesn't have only target champs either. Holy shit. It's like nobody binds their only target champions. They keep hitting minions. That's not a good idea. We should have just taken it before. I don't know why we stayed middle to fight. Dang, a 3 and 11 ADC. Well, now we lose Fire Drag. Should have just taken it when it was 5v2. I think some off, maybe we could do it. Rengar has no ultimate anymore, we could totally fight. Someone was here. Oh damn, I stepped on a gym trap. distracted by the chase every time. Alright, Bane, I don't know if you can ever find that, dude. You're gonna need healing reduction for sure for the Vlad in this lane. They can probably just end here, honestly, if they want to. They have 30 seconds. Yeah, I knew they could end that. Nah, just the ADC again. Every time.
Down here you see different supplements and or drugs, fan blowing on his face, mouses, etc. When you zoom in, you see this and this, and it is apparently this. What's up, guys? Derek, moreplates.com. Today we're talking about Sam Bankman-Fried and his nootropic use, his drug use, his cognitive enhancing, dopaminergic enhancing drugs that he's using to stay cognitively fucking dialed, dude, for being the hyper-productive entrepreneur that he is, bro. So if you haven't seen, I'm sure you've probably seen if you're clicking this, the FTX debacle. He's all in the news and has been for a minute now. Crypto fears contagion as billions owed to creditors. Sam Bankman-Fried becomes an ESG truth teller. FTX fires 3 of Sam Bankman-Fried's top deputies. Celebs like Tom Brady, Larry David did ads for crypto giant FTX. Now they're getting sued. Sam Bankman-Fried says fuck regulators. Musk's Twitter ultimatum and making TikToks instead of ads. This is Matt Levine on the collapse of Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX in Alameda. So apparently this guy went from a billionaire to nothing essentially overnight from this complete disaster of a situation. If you want some insight onto exactly what happened, check out CoffeeZilla. High quality information on a regular basis in a highly entertaining format. Highly recommend his channel for anything crypto scam related essentially, or anything financial scam related or like guru scam related, anything like that. This was a tweet that I got tagged on. A drug normally used to use computer, drug, and this transdermal otherwise used to essentially enhance low-grade perpetual dopaminergic activity through inhibiting monoamine oxidase. It is a selective inhibitor. So we're going to get into that shortly. I'm going to read through some of these tweets. We've been reached out to and told the EMSAM can be dangerous when taken if you eat the wrong foods. Please do not take this without appropriate supervision. Commenters point out that selegiline has fatal effects if eaten with meat products. They also point out that it is linked to impulse control disorders such as pathological gambling and hypersexuality. This could explain Sam's behavior. The Erowid drug information reviews on MSAM, however you want to say it, are particularly interesting. This one stands out. First off, I'm a 19-year-old male, about 170 pounds, who's experimenting with nootropics out of curiosity. A few months ago, I ordered a bottle of 60 doses of 5 milligrams selegiline from a research chemical site and took it pretty much every day. The day I started taking it, I noticed a marked increase in motivation. For me, it was money, but there was a huge desire for me to make as much money as possible. I've never been a material person at all. And although I had money, I never thought about doing anything with it other than spending it. I guess some might say that being possessed by money is a bad thing, but the feeling is nothing short of complete empowerment. I love doing math problems in my head involving money. The thinking was so clear. I went from having a bit under $500 in my bank in the bank to over $10,000 in 2 months that I had taken it. Of course, I can't quite disclose how I made this money. I have to say that I engaged in activities that I probably wouldn't have without selegiline. Next one. Of course, that isn't the only feeling I noticed on selegiline. I was motivated to use better vocabulary while speaking to people. I used to be pretty goofy and not many people would really take me seriously. Now when I talk, I feel that people listen. There's a noticeable increase in the strength of my voice. I would say that I probably had low self-confidence before taking selegiline. Now, when I word things, it is not in the may I form, it's I will. It makes me tend to look down on most people, but not in such a way that it would affect friendships, although a few friends mentioned to me that I had changed because of my general mindset. This probably sounds incredibly cocky, but it's true confidence. I'm still nice to people. It's just that they now seem to look up to me. Another benefit is the emotional numbing. Before selegiline, I would jump at any chance with a decent looking girl and become attached pretty quickly in a flurry of emotions. On it, my something is completely, what the fuck is he saying here? I can't even read it because it's like arrows over it. My thinking, I don't know, can't even read it. It's completely rational. Emotions never affect my thinking. I'm not even looking for a girlfriend until one can rationally show me that she is really worthy. Girls love to play the game, to say the least. I'm calmer without emotional outbursts. When I get upset with people, I simply use my enhanced charisma to undermine them rather than losing control. So a pretty, I don't know, endorsing testimonial, I guess. But anyways, exactly why would you be using this? A couple other comments. For what it's worth, it's not a stimulant that would make you lose touch with reality or impair judgment. Too much Adderall or Ritalin can do that, but not selegiline. Wait, for real? EMSAM is transdermal selegiline, part of a class of drugs known to decrease impulse control, blah, blah, blah. So selegiline is a selective and irreversible inhibitor of monoamine oxidase B, which means if it's a suicidal inhibitor, basically you are not going to competitively displace it necessarily. You are going to, like, once it is bound, you're going to have to essentially wait for complete degradation of the enzyme and onboarding of new enzymes in order to achieve monoamine oxidase degradation again via that enzyme. Like, you're not going to have dissociation from the enzyme and then have it work again. Rather, you have to literally have destruction of it before you can then onboard new enzymes to then allow you to break down neurotransmitters that are broken down by monoamine oxidase B again. So this is kind of like the aromatase inhibitor discussion where you have like exemestane, aromacin, you have anastrozole, arimidex, letrozole, Femara. Like, there are certain drugs that their actual potency isn't the only thing that dictates how potent it is, but also the effect it has as a suicidal or a not suicidal inhibitor. Like, are you going to literally stay attached to the enzyme until destruction, or are you going to disassociate from the enzyme and allow it to then, you know, work again and do what it was supposed to do upon metabolism of the drug. So when it is a irreversible inhibitor, it is not going to then allow subsequent activity of that enzyme ever again, essentially. So at least that is my understanding of it. So for monoamine oxidase B inhibition, you are essentially targeting the breakdown of phenethylamines and dopamine to some extent. Like there is different subtypes of monoamine oxidase enzymes. There's monoamine oxidase A, monoamine oxidase B, and the selectivity of them is going to determine like what you are exactly inhibiting the breakdown of. So with monoamine oxidase A, you are going to be getting more, like I think it's equally distributed between its breakdown of dopamine, or at least that's what is suggested. There is some literature that suggests that A might actually be more impactful on dopamine deamination, but for phenethylamine, I believe it is proportionally significantly more inhibited or significantly more deaminated by monoamine oxidase B. So the idea behind using it would be mainly to achieve a low-grade, like perpetual bleed of enhanced dopaminergic and potentially like some CNS stimulating activity that would otherwise make work more pleasurable, fun, I don't know, make you more goal-oriented, make you more driven, motivated, make effort feel good, essentially. One of the, I don't know, taglines from Huberman relating to dopaminergic activity and hormone interactions and whatnot. I believe that line is actually more so in relation to testosterone levels, but ultimately this dopaminergic drive and the enhanced inhibition of breakdown, it's not enhanced, but the inhibition of the breakdown of phenethylamine and its metabolite subsequent to that is going to achieve a level of heightened neurotransmitter circulation that is like otherwise higher than would have otherwise been there if the monoamine oxidase B was actually deaminating these things adequately, which it's no longer able to do because of this level of inhibition selectively at the MOB enzyme. And leaving MOA alone at low enough dosages is the ideal scenario to limit the kind of like dietary contraindications that would otherwise come. When you have MAOA inhibition, you are starting to really heavily affect the breakdown of things like serotonin, norepinephrine, etc. So having like this selective monoamine oxidase B inhibition, you can achieve, and especially through transdermal delivery, you skip first pass metabolism, which otherwise would have more of an effect on MAOA and be problematic for some of the dietary constrictions that you would otherwise have to be careful of, like the cheese effect is often referred to, which is something that is likely not going to be as problematic or problematic at all at a reasonable dose. Like he has supposedly a 9 milligram for 24-hour release patch here for transdermal use only. Skipping first pass, getting into systemic circulation and skipping the metabolites that would be developed through that first pass metabolism process. And as you see here, bioavailability is only 10% orally, whereas 73% with patch. So you're achieving a higher level of bioavailability, but more specifically, you're getting a more ideal proportion of the actual active drug that you're trying to get into the bloodstream without, like some of these drugs oftentimes will work and behave quite a bit differently when you take them orally versus transdermally because of the proportion of metabolites that are spit out during the first pass effect. So for this drug in particular, he gets like perpetual 24-hour like low-grade activity with high selectivity for MAOB, high level of actual brain activity where it's crossing the blood-brain barrier and doing what it's supposed to be doing without the other side effects or as significant of side effects that could otherwise be present if you were using like a high oral dose or using a non-selective inhibitor, etc. So is it as intense as something like an Adderall or a Ritalin or some of these things that are going to be very, very potent releasers of like dopamine, actual adrenaline and adrenergic activity? Not necessarily, it's more of like a low-grade effect, but it is a potent drug nonetheless, and it is, again, like a less commonly deployed one in the nootropic, smart drug realm, but it is something that came to the forefront more so after the limitless hype kind of, well, maybe it was around and heavily used before that anyways, but I mean, I think the limitless movie really brought to the forefront the utility and attractiveness potentially of certain nootropic agents that make it seem like you can enhance your cognitive state to like some level of a hyper achieving entrepreneur if you weren't previously, which, yeah, like brain chemistry can be altered pharmacologically congruent to, I don't know, successful endeavors, but I mean, ultimately some of it is going to boil down to like fucking getting down to yeah. And as far as the dose, it loses selectivity, by the way. This is in larger doses, more than 20 milligrams a day. It loses specificity for MAOB and also inhibits MAOA, which increases serotonin and norepinephrine levels in the brain. And that's where you get more into the realm of cheese effect and serotonin syndrome and some of these like problematic issues you have to be more cognizant of. So he is very much, from what I see, to be using like a relatively, I don't know, lower risk approach that is more suited toward getting the actual tailored effect that you're looking for from the selectivity aspect, some level of enhanced dopaminergic drive that he may otherwise have not been able to get at baseline, or through oral administration, perhaps he didn't respond well, or, he's just seems pretty like fucking in tune with what he wants if he was to go this route, because this is not a common way of administering drugs, going the transdermal route. This is more of like a niche, like, again, it's literally prescribed, but it's not like Like, you have to dig to learn why you would want to do this over pop a pill, because it's not that fun to wear a fucking patch on your chest all day or something when you could just pop a pill. Like, he is reasonably well versed and educated about why this is a better way, presumably. So anyways, that is my stance on it. As far as phenethylamines and my stance on them, like, I wouldn't be using something like this personally. I would probably be using something that's more like acute, that I can control the outcome of in a short-term setting, get it in and out of my system, achieve the outcome I'm trying to get, and get it out, rather than have like low-grade perpetual activity, which is why I'm not like a huge fan of some of these really long half-life drugs, and especially suicidal inhibitors like selegiline. The half-life transdermally is 25 hours, so that means it is going to not just be active in your system for 5+ days for full clearance of the drug, essentially, but in addition to that, the actual irreversible reversal of that, like getting more enzymes on board that can then deaminate, you know, phenethylamine, dopamine adequately, that's going to be multiple more days above and beyond the actual clearance of the drug itself. This isn't something that is just representative of, oh, within like a week, you are going to get the drug out of your system and you're back to baseline. You have to actually onboard more NAOB at that point in order to get the actual, you know, baseline homeostasis back to where it was before from the neurotransmitter deamination. So for me, if I'm using like a short-term outcome of phenethylamine and dopamine in particular, one compound I like that is still available is N-phenyl dimethylamine citrate. So this is a compound that is based off of the chemical backbone of phenethylamine. So orally ingested phenethylamine has a half-life of like 5 to 10 minutes, so it's something you couldn't even be using anyways orally, unless you use an MAO inhibitor like a hordenine or a selegiline, for example. But again, like, I don't want to be mixing those two in general, and hordenine is kind of like a not FDA approved product now. Like, they don't like it very much, and selegiline, like I said, for the reasons I mentioned, it's not, you know, I'm not a huge fan. This is why I like N-phenyl dimethylamine citrate. It lasts longer than PEA. It has 2 methyl groups connected to the nitrogen in the molecule, which acts as a safeguard to prevent it from being broken down by MAO as quickly as PEA. It doesn't require an MAO inhibitor to be stacked with it, and it lasts for duration. Typically, this is something I would use for like intense workout that otherwise I find like cognitively draining. Like sometimes in the middle of a hard leg day, it can get tough and just grinding out like heavy combat movements and get to some of the isolated or fucking dead. So for me, like, this is typically where I'd, you know, like in a pre-workout setting, I kind of like N-phenyl dimethylamine citrate personally. So the nitrogen atom is known as the amine and needs to be protected from MAO in order to prolong its effects in the brain. And as you can see, there's nothing attaching to the nitrogen atom to protect it being cleaved by the MAO enzyme. So this is where the chemical structure of N-phenyl dimethylamine citrate becomes more advantageous. The 2 methyl groups attached to the nitrogen atom prevent monoamine oxidase from cleaving the amine as quickly as possible, increasing the duration of its cognitive enhancing effects for the majority of a workout, I found. And I find in conjunction with caffeine, it's very, very cognitively stimulating, but I can get it in and out of my system fast enough to have a high level of control over the dopaminergic activity that comes as a result of it, which I like personally better. Like, even if I was to use like an Adderall, for example, like I would never be using XR. Ideally, I would be using an instant release that is shorter in your system faster. You can control the actual like pharmacokinetic profile in a more optimal manner rather than having like bleeding through your system, like fucking up your sleep into the night, etc. So that's kind of my perspective on it. Like, I'm not a huge fan of like really long half-life, long effects, bleeding effects into the next day or weeks compounds that are going to be harder to manage. So if you have like a problematic issue, trying to remove that issue from your brain is like a multi-week process, like not ideal in my opinion. So anyways, it's not that crazy of a drug necessarily, like in comparison to some of the shit people are doing, like mega dosing fucking Adderall nowadays, but it is a very potent drug nonetheless, and certainly has its own side effect profile that requires fairly reasonable understanding and education around like how it works, why certain dietary restrictions may be needed to consume, etc. So anyways, and why certain drugs with it, like stacking, you know, amphetamines with this or stacking certain compounds with this can be very problematic above and beyond dietary restrictions. So anyways, that's it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Have you ever used selegiline before? What was your experience? What kind of nootropics do you guys use? Any other comments that you guys would be much appreciated. Like, subscribe, and blog, my replacementdays.com on Instagram, and replacementdays, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok, Apple Podcasts. If you want to support the channel, you can check out anything I'm associated with in the video description below. Gorilla Mind nootropic formulas, actually notable, is one of the only cognitive enhancing stacks that I take on a really regular basis. This is mainly based around cholinergics, having a high dose of alpha-GPC, gluparazinase, an acetylcholinesterase inhibitor. There are other cognitive enhancing ingredients in the product, dopamine precursors, but have limiting capacities on them due to rate limiting steps that do not let you just haphazardly increase levels. There are still enzymatic processes that are bottlenecked by physiologic, like homeostatic mechanisms to keep things at a high level of function, but not over the top that it's going to be problematic. So having a high dose of tyrosine in there, I really like. Some of the other stuff in there I think worthwhile to at least take a look at if it is of interest to you. Having like non-stimulant driven, non-long-term monoamine oxidase inhibiting nootropics that are just, you know, like standard, well-accepted modalities that are either could otherwise be gotten through dietary nutrition or whatever, but may otherwise be deficient in the diet. Like sometimes I'm not the best at getting my choline in, although I like to be through my liver intake, eggs, etc. But sometimes not the best, where alpha GPC might come in. So anyways, and my MTHFR polymorphism, so my demands are kind of higher from like a betaine, alpha GPC, a creatine side of things. But I digress. Oh, by the way, pre-workout I mentioned, like the M7 cyclate, that is the complementary stimulant to little nose or little mode energy. If you're interested in that, you can check that out too. Preventive medicine, hormone replacement therapy platform. If you want high quality diagnostics and kind of oversight to determine targeted recommendations to optimize your quality of life, vitality, performance, etc., you can check that out. Merrick Health. Anything else I'm associated with, it's all in the video description below. Thank you guys for watching. Talk to you soon.
Enemy killing. Enemy rampage. been slain. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage. Shut down. Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Riot is finally nerfing Ravenous Hydra. Now, this item has been a little bit insane for a while, with a bunch of fairly well-known players speaking out about how it's overtuned right now. It did already get a nerf a while back where the cost was increased by 100 and the AD per stack was reduced by 0.1. But in the recent change list posted by Riot Froxon under system nerfs, you can see that Ravenous Hydra looks like it'll be getting yet another nerf. Obviously, we don't know what the exact nerfs are going to be yet, but if you do want to know, hit subscribe because I'll tell you as soon as it happens. Now, obviously this item is a bit overtuned right now, but I don't think anyone can really deny that it's super fun to build and it's made a lot more champions viable. So, I mean, hopefully Riot find a nice middle ground to balance it without completely nerfing it into the ground. But of course, let me know what you think in the comments below and click the video on your screen to see more upcoming league changes. Riot
Yeah, Yumi hacker. I'm gonna have a meltdown. Nah, we got Mordekaiser. He could just ult the Hecky wick. But not just for the lifesteal, but also to trim up this wave so that I get a level 2 a little earlier. Because we need those W's to be dealing with this bullshit.
don't know what fiddle is. You don't want to walk into a shutdown.
If you're talking to Elon or you want to have a conversation with Elon, you get that opportunity to talk to Elon, you get concise, quick.
There's definitely 2 a.m. texts and 6 a.m. conference calls.
When I used to go into meetings with him, I used to always stop by our barista and I would get a couple espressos and chug that down and then go into the meeting.
He has never said this, but I've watched it. You have 30 seconds to make your point.
Elon Musk is known by his employees to be intense. When he took over Tesla in 2008, he sent the company into crisis mode to jumpstart his vision of how to reinvent the auto industry. Now, he appears to be using a similar management playbook to remake Twitter. We spoke with former Tesla and SpaceX employees to better understand how Musk became known for his cutthroat and tireless management style, and what that may mean for his future employees. Step one for Musk is to rally employees around a lofty company mission. It's exactly what inspired Carl Medlock to join Tesla in 2009.
We were all so excited about the brand. I mean, we're all working 80, 100 hours a week. We kind of lost track of our families, our passions, our hobbies, and all that stuff, but we loved what we were doing. I never once had Elon or saw Elon do a rah-rah meeting like that.
Medlock now runs his own electric vehicle repair shop in Seattle. He said he was terminated from Tesla in 2013 over a misunderstanding with his direct manager. Garrett Reisman was similarly inspired by the mission of SpaceX and joined in 2011.
It's a very demanding environment. But by and large, it's not because of him cracking the whip. You know, making human life multiplanetary, getting to Mars, having a colony on Mars, is something that motivates pretty much everybody there at SpaceX.
Reisman left SpaceX in 2018 to teach astronautical engineering at the University of Southern California. He said that after 7 years at SpaceX, he wanted to work somewhere less intense. Yet at Twitter, the mission isn't exactly saving the world.
They are talking about protecting free speech, which of course is important, but it is not as dramatic as trying to go to Mars.
Tim Higgins is a tech and automotive reporter for the Wall Street Journal and author of Power Play, a book that traces the rise of Tesla and Elon Musk.
Well, the challenge that Elon is going to have at Twitter is, what are the stakes?
Neither Elon Musk nor Twitter responded to requests for comment. The company's mission is what Musk hopes will drive people to be hardcore, a term he uses to describe working long hours at high intensity.
You just have to put in, 80 to 100-hour weeks every week.
I would see people at 2 o'clock in the morning because we finished up an event and we were all still energized because we were having such a good time.
And Musk has used this idea of hardcore to rally his team over the years as they approach hard challenges. For example, in 2012, when Tesla was preparing to ramp up production of the Model S luxury sedan, Musk sent his team an email with the subject line "Ultra Hardcore," telling them to prepare for a level of intensity that most of them had never experienced before. About 3 weeks after taking over at Twitter, Musk sent a similar email. But hundreds of employees opted to leave the company rather than sign up for Musk's vision of Twitter 2.0.
The challenge here is Elon has inherited a huge workforce, and he has to convince them to be on Team Elon. And we're seeing him try to go through those ranks of people to find the talent that he's going to need to pivot the company to a private Twitter. And it's messy.
Musk himself leads by hardcore example.
I sleep on the couch over there. Last time I was here, I actually slept literally on the floor because the couch was too narrow.
I showed up at work early one day, and it was just me and him and one security guy in the entire 5.5 million square feet. And I didn't know he was there, right? And at the factory, when you there's walkways and safety areas and stuff like that, but when nobody's there, I just got on a bicycle riding around, and here Elon is asleep on this engineer's desk.
In November, Musk tweeted that he was sleeping at Twitter's offices in San Francisco. And it's not just his time, but his money.
How much did you put into this company?
Oh man, about $55 million.
In 2008, when Tesla was at its darkest moment and he put in his personal last millions of dollars to fund it, he was even, couch surfing in Menlo Park and paying my business expenses with personal credit card debt, right? His approach is to do anything required to keep his businesses competitive. And he lived that every single day when I worked for him.
Conrad left Tesla in 2011 for Renault, Nissan, Mitsubishi.
People that I've talked to with Elon talk about how he, on one hand, is incredibly inspiring. But on the other hand, a lot of people will say he was also exhausting and mercurial, and after a while, they just couldn't keep up with him.
There is also a history of employees at Tesla and SpaceX alleging misconduct at the companies. Musk is also known to quickly make his companies leaner. When he became CEO of Tesla, he cut about 20% of the workforce. About a week after he took over Twitter, Musk laid off roughly 50% of the staff, according to a document seen by the Journal. And people familiar with the matter estimated that likely over 1,000 have resigned. Former employees have said that this cutthroat approach instills in them this feeling that anyone working for Musk is the best of the best.
Back in the day at Tesla, Elon would often say that people who work for him are special forces.
He wants to hire a key engineer who in his mind has way more value than, say, 100 engineers, and to deploy those top talent on the hardest problems and be able to move faster and not have the same kind of level of bureaucracy.
Former employees have said that Musk avoids traditional corporate hierarchy.
If Elon was interested in something you were doing, he would come and talk directly to you. He's not going to go through a bunch of different layers of management and have the information filter up.
Musk also motivates employees to work harder by raising the financial stakes.
When Elon became CEO of Tesla, the economy was in shambles. It was the Great Recession, and there was huge questions about whether people were going to want to buy a luxury car, and not just a luxury car that was electric. Similarities to Twitter today: we've got an uncertain economy. The company needs to start generating more money. It has a huge debt load. It has to find its place in this social media world that's under a lot of pressure as the ad market it kind of contracts.
In November, Musk wrote in an email to Twitter employees that without significant subscription revenue, there is a good chance Twitter will not survive the upcoming economic downturn. Musk is still in the early stages of setting up his strategy for Twitter and finding people he trusts to help him transform the company.
At SpaceX, if you proved yourself to be capable, innovative, especially on a technical level, then that led to very, very rapid advancement throughout the company.
If I were an employee at Twitter right now, I'd probably just do your job. Don't let them know your name.
Triple kill. Has been slain. Double kill.
sun is a smoking gun, is a four-letter word, I hope it hurts. Love is a fatal flaw, is a broken jaw, is a burning bridge, move your hips. And the ghost of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. A city like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. Living in the days of thunder. Living in the days of thunder. Living in the days of thunder.
This is worse than Lehman Brothers. My guess is Bankman may be arrested within the next week, and it's not a small jail term. I think that's a 20-year plus jail term. All right, let's take a look. Token price performance. So this is just the tokens that the FTX allegedly held. It's not going to really give us too much of a picture, right? Ultimately, we don't know the cash the company's held. So this isn't the whole balance sheet. That's the first thing I'd say. What's interesting is you can see that the balance sheet is given by hours. I'm not even used to seeing balance sheets by days, but they close their book every hour, which is a really surprising thing. A lot of the tokens show up at midnight for some reason on the 8th. Not sure why. Now this is already after the crisis was well underway. So after the crisis is well underway, they have a bunch of chains here. These might be customer assets. These might not be. I don't know. I don't see very big numbers here. I see a couple million here, a couple million there. This is, I guess, some kind of staked AVAX or something like that. That's the biggest number I see. That's 4.7 million. I see USDC on Uniswap of 2 million. Again, not very much at all. Ren BTC, that's some kind of wrapped Bitcoin, I'm guessing. We got another wrapped Bitcoin for 2 million. We've got DAI of a few million. There's 23 million of BNB, so that looks somewhat realistic. We have another 8 million of Binance's stablecoin, 10 million or 11 million of Ethereum, which sounds about right, or at least more realistic. $13 million of USDT, $100 million of FTX token. A negative amount of FTX tokens as well, interestingly. $50 million of Lido ETH, or ETH on Lido, whatever that is. Well, that 900 million, so of the total sum, which is about 1.9 billion here in the bottom, which has dropped precipitously, you can see within hours to 1.3 billion. And you can see the last frame this balance sheet has, there's a value of 1.3 billion of assets remaining. Now we know that there's an enormous amount of debt, and this does not necessarily reflect Alameda. It does not necessarily reflect FTX. We don't know for sure. This balance is true. Again, some decisions can be made by drop in value, as we know. This is really not great. I don't really see where all of that one. It looks like 127 USDC. That's quite a bit. Looks like some wrapped Bitcoin there. I suppose I trust that if this does add up, but it's hard to tell at a glance without being able to add it up. So Tron, 10 million, USD 7.
I'm just going to look at anything 7 figures or above. 304 million so far, so it probably is right. But the only question now is, what is the source? Now we know from CoinDesk and Semaphore that the entire, I guess, these are copied over again. It's like these are duplicated. Do you see that? These are the same numbers. The uni here. Spell was 1. Estimate. Shiv, the good old Shiv is 8. Should be 0, but you know, we'll take it now. RSR is 2. Render, one of my favorites actually, 2.5. Interesting that they're in there. I can believe that they were in there. Ren is 1.9. 1.5. That one. We're at 408 million. I think this is accurate. Sometimes I just like to check and make sure that the numbers actually add up. You'd be surprised sometimes that they don't. I remember I was in a deal with Barclays once when they showed us confidential information memorandum and the numbers actually didn't add up, and I was stunned at that. And ever since then, I don't mind actually making sure that the numbers are it's a good sense, and now we can actually sort this and sort of see what it is, since most of this is a couple of big numbers. There's a lot of empty numbers. 47 million ether. Not too much for huge. I know individual people that have pretty good math. It's not that much for, you know, for FTX to have just $47 million. Unusual, but again, this is unusual time. I've never seen one. Ape, good old Ape. We should mark that at 0. 1.8 for Aleph. Aave 20.2. All right, so what does this add up to? Exactly what it said it would. So that is 1.3 billion of FTX value as of 20 hours ago, 18 hours ago. Let's sort this by column B, largest to smallest. Still FTX, which is the largest. I'm going to delete that because that's what one should do. When you see FTX, it looks like they have $1 billion of tokens. A lot of these tokens have dropped. I don't see any Solana. I wonder if that is because Alameda had the Solana and they sold the Solana, or they sold the Solana, but that is a big gap here. You would think you would see Solana. I don't know why that's not here. Very unusual. Makes you wonder again if this is a legitimate sheet. There's no XMR, Monero. So the first thing I'd say is, without the bailout, this is really a dark prediction, but I don't wish it comes true to anybody, but without a bailout soon, I do think they'll arrest Sam Bankman. This is a flop. I mean, this is worse than Lehman Brothers. Quite frankly, barely. If we've had a fraud maybe this bad ever. I mean, Enron, it's up there with Enron, but this is really bad. Binance is said to now have walked away from the deal. CoinDesk has reported that they're strongly leaning. Binance is strongly leaning on scrapping the FTX takeover after looking at the books. We don't know how much cash they have. We don't know Alameda's balance, but we do have reason to think that the liability here could be even larger than $6 billion, possibly as much as $10 billion. Now, some of you folks don't know the criminal justice system maybe as much as I did, but we do know that the wallets containing the tokens are just a part of the asset picture. The other part of the asset picture would include wallets we don't know about, and then also cash. There's something up here, and it makes me wonder. There really is a lot of cash missing. Bankman was asking investors for money. We know this over the last few days. The problem with that is if you do that, and you have any material omission, which I can tell you from my own experience, this is what I went to jail for. Any material omission or any misstatement, you can go to jail. That's securities fraud. Now that sounds harsh, right? It is. That means if you're pitching, your company's falling apart, you need $1 billion, and you say, why do we need $1 billion? And you leave anything out, not even if you affirmatively tell a lie, but if you leave something out, that's enough to go to jail. In fact, that's what happened to me. I had, the government had investors take the stand, and they said, well, wouldn't you have wanted to know fact one before you made the investment relevant? And they said, yeah, I would have wanted to know that. Of course, you always want to know everything, right? You don't want to have anything omitted from you. And they said, yes. And that was enough to convict me, even though, correctly speaking, my defense attorney said, well, you made 5 times your money with Martin. What's the problem? And they said, I don't have a problem. But the jury convicts whether or not there was an omission, not whether or not the person has a problem. That's not the law. The law is, did you make a material omission? So, in the last week, just alone, forget anything else, arguably SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, made material omissions to the investment. Now, we don't know what he said or didn't say. All I'm telling you, I wasn't in the room, all I'm telling you is that the way prosecutors think is they say, well, in these pitches, did he tell you everything? Now, let's pretend he went to Elon Musk for financing. He may have said, Musk, $2 billion, staff, this is what's happening, liquidity crunch, great opportunity, etc., etc. No matter what that pitch is like, it's impossible to include everything. And it's very likely he either omitted something by accident, which again, it seems like it's unfair, but life is unfair. I know this as a fact. Any material omission in a pitch is enough to do which prosecutors wield an immense amount of power. They're allowed to pull that card. And that's what lets government prosecutors. I think that my guess is maybe arrested within the next week. This is such a catastrophic problem. Unless there's a swift bailout where everyone is paid 1-to-1 on their deposits, which doesn't look like that's going to happen. Assuming they're out of cash on their deposits, because otherwise they would have used that cash. If they had $1 billion of cash, they would have used that cash to pay deposits, and we would have never heard of this. So I assume they're out of cash in terms of fiat. The on-chain data reveals they have $1 billion of tokens, which they could redeem investments for or sell for cash, right? But we know they have probably $10 to $12 billion of debt. So the hole here is not 1 billion or 2 billion or 6 billion. It's probably more like 10 billion. And that means that depositors, at best, it sounds like, and I'm just speculating here, nobody has perfect information on this, but it seems to me like the recovery rate maybe as little as 10 or 15 cents on the dollar, which is a problem. When you take investor money, as I showed you, you can go to jail. Even if you make 5 times or 3 times, and in one case I mean 10 times the investor's money, you can still go to jail if you like. In this case, these aren't investors who take big risks. These are depositors. Depositors are supposed to be treated with the most holy kind of hands, where they're truly, their money's guarded. These are depositors that are not just going to get made whole and have been lied to. They're going to have been lied to, and you made 10 cents on the dollar. You put $1 million in FTX, you may get 100,000 back. You may get 200,000 back. I'm not sure 100%, but I don't think you're going to get 500,000 back. And that is the jail term. I don't see any appeals around it, and it's not a small jail term. I think that's a 20-year plus jail term. From being on the cover of Forbes as the potential next Warren Buffett to now, in my opinion, I'm going out on a limb and just making this prediction. Almost certainly, which is really frustrating. So if you're at FTX, anything illegal, but the world would love to see what are the liabilities of FTX nowadays.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
What you're looking at is a story. It's a story about numbers, it's a story about people, and it's a story about how numbers and people interact. It's a story about World of Warcraft in specific, but it's also a story about every video game. In a way, a story about video games themselves. It's a story about why it's rude to be bad at World of Warcraft. It's December 2004. Massively multiplayer online role-playing game World of Warcraft is taking the world by storm, and Wallace, the gnome rogue, walks barefoot through molten core. Wallace, a proper hobbit of a gnome, doesn't wear shoes, and he's not in a hurry to get anywhere. His guild thinks this is a little embarrassing, but it mostly just makes for a story about a quirky weirdo they met in this new video game. Ultimately, they enjoy having Wallace around because he makes the game fun. 6 months later, they're screaming at Wallace and demanding that he equip some boots. Ultimatums are dropped, tempers are elevated, and no one's having a good time. Someone calls Wallace a bad player. No one disagrees.
Instrumental play was first described by literary theorist Wolfgang Iser in his 1993 essay The Fictive and the Imaginative. Iser, a highly influential theorist, saw plays being divided cleanly into the categories of free and instrumental based on how the act of play related to goals. On the one hand is play unburdened by systematized goals, and on the other hand, play with goals. In Iser's framework, play becomes instrumental the moment it has some intended outcome, something resembling rules and structure. However, in Iser's work, this was largely to distinguish between children chasing each other around a field for no other reason than because it felt fun in the moment, and children chasing each other in a game of football with concrete winners and losers. Its discussion in relation to video games is credited to sociologist T.L. Taylor in her 2006 book Play Between Worlds. Instrumental play is a goal-oriented approach that values efficiency, expertise, and optimizing strategies as part of play. In instrumental play, the point of playing is not to reach the end, but to find the best way of getting there. This is, for the record, not a discussion of good players as opposed to bad players. We are talking about the ways you play the game in which being good is considered desirable. This is a critical distinction, and perhaps if there's going to be one takeaway from all of this, it is this confrontation. The idea that being good at a game is a good thing, that the correct way of playing a game is one in which you are good at the game, isn't some natural force of reality, but an imposed value. If you've ever gotten destroyed in a video game and felt awful about it, just ashamed of how hard you got thumped, that feeling isn't objective or natural, it is an instrumental value that you are imposing on yourself.
It's common for instrumental play to be framed in opposition to fun, that they are ends of a spectrum. This is understandable in no small part because instrumental play tends towards optimization, which can often result in deeply unfun player behaviors. This gets extended out to the extreme where play framed around challenge or investment is treated as irrational or somehow less genuine than some hypothetically more pure, innocent, unadulterated version of play, unconcerned with doing well. It's important in this conversation to establish firmly that this is a false dichotomy. We are going to spend a lot of time talking about how fun gets optimized out of games, which is why I want to stress that they are not antithetical concepts. Rather than being in conflict with one another, they are instead in tension. There is not an opposed relationship, but there is a complex one. Because if you back up and think about it, it's easy to appreciate how someone can find a deep enjoyment in improving at a skill or achieving goals or discovering solutions to complex problems. Rather, instrumental play focused on goals, can be juxtaposed with free play, the form of play that is without ending.
respawning soon.